Chapter 26. 26. I don't want this apprentice anymore. After Lu Chaoga asked for the second volume of the exercises, there was no response from the tomb. This mysterious worshipper may not have heard it, or maybe he is still reminiscing about the taste of blood and essence, so he did not pay attention to Lu Chaoga's words. In response to this, Lu Chaoga's mouth twitched slightly, and when he was weak, he cheered up and said loudly again. Offer. You promised me the second volume of the exercise, it's time to give it to me. His tone was slightly annoyed, because I usually only say one sentence in 18 styles of polling people. However, for the current Lu Chaoga, it is not difficult to raise the character level to above level 20. Therefore, the second volume of the exercises is indeed what he needs right now. The mysterious demon clan enshrined the exercise given to Lu Chaoga, called drinking qi, a very simple name. The essence of this practice is to liquefy the surrounding spiritual energy and then integrate it into one's body, like drinking water. Well, it can also be called on the 108 ways of drinking the northwest wind, or on how to get air out of water. Purple level exercises are so simple and meaningful. But then again, Lu Chaoga's enlightenment is the power of water, but it seems that the two complement each other. I don't know if it's a coincidence, or did this demon worshipper expect that he would be enlightened by the power of water? Lu Chaoga prefers the former. After he spoke again, the demon worshipper in the tomb finally responded. A jade slip appeared abruptly in mid-air, and then slowly floated into Lu Chaoga's palm. Teleportation, such means are not something that ordinary practitioners can do. Ding. You have obtained the second volume of the Drinking Qi Ju. A system prompt sounded in Lu Chaoga's ear. After getting the jade slip, he threw a detection directly at the jade slip. And the basic information of the jade slip immediately appeared in front of him. He originally glanced at it casually, which was considered an inspection of the goods, but after a glance, a storm was set off in his heart. Lu Chaoga is a person with a stable mind, and there are very few things that can surprise him so much. The reason why he was surprised was because the first volume of the Drinking Qi was marked with a low-grade purple grade, but the second volume was marked with a middle-grade purple grade. Why is there such a thing? Lu Chaoga was puzzled. It stands to reason that the level of a practice method is fixed, and there will be no difference due to division. This Drinking Qi is a bit irrational. Although the system did not give a warning, indicating that there was no problem, Lu Chaoga felt that he still needed to consult. Offering this second volume. It seems to be different from the first volume. Is there any secret hidden in this exercise? He glanced at the jade slip casually, and turned around in a flat tone. Back to the Tombstone Road. As if he was understating it, he discovered the mystery. After he finished speaking, he turned around and stared directly at the lonely grave with eyes like electricity. It's just that his body was so hollowed out that his eyes were a little less bright and a little staring. Soon, another wisp of blue smoke appeared on the lonely grave. After the blue smoke emerged, it stopped directly above the tomb, and it was frozen in the air, like a still picture. Dumbfounded.jpg. As if to say, I lost my memory, so I don't know either. One person and one demon have been together for many years and have their own little tacit understanding. Lu Chaoga can indeed roughly know the meaning of worship from the shape of the green smoke. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether she was pretending to be stupid, or whether she was really amnesiac. The guy lying in the coffin often gave him a dazed feeling. Weird. Lu Chaoga tapped the tombstone twice. It was a goodbye to her. Green smoke came out, twisting in the air in a comical way, a bit like the kind of inflatable dolls swaying with the wind that can often be seen at the door of the store when the new store opened on Earth. Wave goodbye. Every time she sucks my blood, she seems to be happy and very satisfied. Lu Chaoga smiled wickedly, feeling that he was really a great man. Then, holding the jade slip, he walked towards his bamboo house. Although the secret of drinking qi has not been answered, it is undoubtedly a good thing that the level of the exercises has been improved. After returning to the bamboo house, Lu Chaoga didn't think about anything. He put the jade slip directly into the ink ring, and then fell asleep on his bed. But in fact, it was his body that he fell asleep, not his mind. The difference between practitioners and ordinary people can be reflected in this aspect. When his cultivation is high, he can still condense his primordial spirit. The so-called yuanshan out of the body is not impossible. Therefore, the many pleasures of practitioners are far beyond ordinary people. And they have more spiritual pleasures. In many indescribable words that are popular in the mortal world, the author has written a few dramas about divine friendship in a whimsical way. It is said that the sales are good and they are widely circulated. As the night got darker, Lu Chaoga improved his plans while recovering his energy. There was not much time left for the closed beta of Tiangshuanji. Before the sand sculpture players arrived, Lu Chaoga felt that he still had a lot of things to do. On the other side, Lu Dongli was giving Xiaoqiu night lessons under the light of the candle. In front of a wooden table, the teacher and the apprentice were sitting very close together. Lu Dongli's body leaned forward slightly, causing the connection between her waist and buttocks to form an arc, which was really beautiful. If this little waist is wearing the navel-bearing outfit on Earth, then when she does this action, a depression will be formed on her lower waist, which is a charming waist pit. She is much stronger than Lu Chaoga in teaching disciples. She is careful, patient, and logical in her speech. Unlike Lu Chaoga, in the process of teaching disciples, at least 9 out of 10 sentences were boasting. In her opinion, Haiding can achieve today's achievements, firstly because of his own talent, and secondly, because of his own diligence. As for my brother, it's good not to hold back. Although the cultivation world pays attention to the master leading the door, the cultivation depends on the individual. But some masters lead the main entrance, and some masters lead to the toilet door. Xiaoqiu, I just taught you the qi refining technique for the teacher, can you remember it? Lu Dongli asked. Xiaoqiu raised her little head and nodded vigorously. She is still young, and although she can recite it back and forth, she can't understand the meaning of the formula, and her mind is still a mess. Lu Dongli didn't plan to teach her too much today. It was enough to be able to memorize the formula word for word. Next is the more important thing. I, Lu Dongli, will definitely break Xiaoqiu's temperament and get rid of her brother's bewitching and bad influence. Mo Min has such a head, enough is enough. 2 hours later. Xiaoqiu walked out of the master's bamboo house in confusion. This child with no waist seems to have a tight little fleshy face. She also didn't understand why the master told herself. Going down the mountain in the future, don't say that you are Lu Dongli's apprentice. Chapter 27. 27, Flying Sword Biography. Inside the bamboo house, Lu Dongli, the only elder of Mo Min, has not yet recovered from that bad mood. In the future, when Xiaoqiu walks down the mountain, if she doesn't say that she is my disciple, she will automatically make up her brain as her brother's disciple, right? Lu Dongli thought in her heart. When he was a child, when Lu Chaoga had nothing to do, he would tell Lu Dongli a story. It's just that this guy never tells fairy tales that little girls love to Listen to. What this guy loves to tell is the kind of cool text that pretends to be slapped in the face. These stories made Lu Dongli understand a truth since he was a child. That is, there are many peerless geniuses in this world, and their only hobby is to pretend to be slapped in the face. And they have a habit of hitting the younger ones first, then the older ones. For example, if you beat your apprentice, you must then beat your master. If you beat the junior, you will then beat the ancestor. Anyway, it is to fight along the genealogy and seniority. It's like copying home. With a stable temperament, she strives to avoid such cause and effect, and strives to avoid such trouble. But with Xiaoqiu's current temperament, it's really hard to tell. Will no one come to beat me because of Xiaoqiu in the future? Would you like to adopt Xiaoqiu to my brother? Lu Dongli had this thought in his heart. Let her be the second disciple of the sect master. Unexpectedly, the sect of self-cultivation also has a set of volunteers. Of course, if Xiaoqiu were to choose by herself now, maybe Lu Chaoga would be her first choice. But when Lu Dongli thought of Xiaoqiu's small round face that made people want to squeeze a few times, and her lively and lovely temperament, she finally couldn't help but chuckle. Forget it, let's increase her schoolwork. This was the nth time Lu Dongli said this in her heart. Over the years, the major cultivation sects in the profound sky realm have been vigorously promoting the so-called burden reduction. Everyone wants their new disciples to win at the starting line, which leads to a vicious circle and puts a lot of pressure on the newcomers. Burden reduction, urgent. But this slogan of reducing the burden has been shouted for many years, and no sect has really reduced it. And Lu Dongli's idea is actually very simple. Fight the young, then beat the old. Then, as long as no one can beat Xiaoqiu, can't I just sit back and relax? Clear logic and rationale. In addition, Xiaoqiu's talent is not inferior to her. She feels that as long as she cultivates it carefully, Xiaoqiu can still become a mature practitioner who can take care of himself and take responsibility for himself. Well, that's it. Lu Dongli made up his mind. At the same time, in order to cut off cause and effect, she decided to train Xiaoqiu as a closed-door disciple. This so-called closed-door disciple has two meanings. The first floor, that is the last disciple, she will no longer accept disciples. The second floor, that is, to close the door for her to go down the mountain. Don't let her cultivate to a certain level as a teacher, don't let me go down the mountain and cause trouble. Under the light of the spirit candle, Lu Dongli's beautiful face shone brightly. The skin on her face was fair and tender, with a silky feel like a baby's skin. In Lu Chaoga's words, it was an excellent touch. At this moment, in front of the spirit candle, she simply raised her right hand and made an oath, swearing by her brother's life, swearing that she would not accept any disciples in this life, thus breaking her own path. This hand, wonderful. Be firm. Because she doesn't know why, she seems to have an attribute of encountering geniuses. Every time she walks down the mountain, she can always find a good cultivation seedling. As the only elder of Momen, she must be happy to see the hunter, and if she can abduct one, she is one. But the result? Everyone has been blamed by the elder brother. I won't say anything else, just talk about her first disciple, Luo Bing. I take you as my apprentice, but you want to be my sister-in-law. She could see at a glance that her eldest disciple had a bad idea of her brother. My elder brother really looks, well, my elder brother is indeed the most handsome man in the world she has ever seen. Just this skin can make countless women tempted. But Lu Dongli still thinks that Luo Bing is trying to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors, a scoundrel. If she really did, wouldn't she call me master and I call her sister-in-law? And the two of them have their own opinions? Retreat, go to retreat for the teacher. No, Luo Bing is still in retreat in the cave. In fact, in the world of practice, it is very common to become a Taoist companion after being separated by seniority. Everyone has a long lifespan, and age doesn't matter at all. There is a saying in the mortal world that the third female junior holds the golden bricks, and the fifth female senior is the mother. In the world of practice, many male practitioners laughed and said that the 3,000 women's colleges were ranked in the fairy class. And what kind of master-disciple love is more common? The apprentice's filial piety has deteriorated, and it is normal to want to attack the master. Now is the new era of self-cultivation, it is no longer the ancient era. Therefore, this is not actually a matter of principle. After all, once there are many cases, everyone will regard it as the norm. Therefore, Lu Dongli didn't realize that the question that he should ponder the most should be, why do I reject it so much? Maybe it's because after the death of their parents, the two have been relying on each other for life. On the side of Taoist companions, Lu Dongli also went to Lu Chaoga to knock on the side. Lu Chaoga replied without thinking, I still don't want to live the life of a wife in prison. Although Lu Dongli didn't understand the word wife imprisonment, she could roughly see her brother's resistance to Taoist companions. Well, at ease. That night, she didn't meditate and practice, but curled up on the bed, with her straight and slender white legs hooked up, and she slept very sweetly. As everyone knows, what Lu Chaoga is thinking in his heart is, the Taoist partner is the wife is for the time being, but the girlfriend's, it's still okay. The east is white, and the sun is rising. Lu Chaoga dragged his tired body. Ado, who can't be helped, Lu Chaoga hummed a strange tune. Came to the outside of the bamboo house, and sat down with his knees crossed. The drinking qi that he cultivates is best practiced when the sun is rising. And it has a demeanor of eating dew and drinking dew. Lu Chaoga meditated and practiced on his own, and he could gain a certain amount of experience points every time he ran a small weekday. This was also one of the channels through which he had previously obtained experience points. Although he was stuck in the first realm, it did not affect the accumulation of experience points. UU reading www.sonicmtl.com. Over time, the amount is still considerable. Of course, this is not the main source. It's just that with the passage of time, Lu Chaoga also developed the habit of meditating and practicing every day. I saw that each of his breaths was rhythmic, inhaling every 9 seconds, and then exhaling every 9 seconds. And beside him, there is also a thin layer of mist surrounding him. Don't look at his appearance like a fairy, but in fact, cultivating this skill is extremely painful, and the pain is unbearable. But luckily, he was used to it. What is it called, drinking qi ju? After half an hour, Lu Chaoga slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, 2 streams of light flashed across the sky, one fast and one slow. The quick way is Ninging. As a great practitioner, she no longer needs to fly with objects, and she can vacate herself. Wearing a black Taoist robe and a Taoist nun, she appeared in front of Lu Chaoga, full of forbidden beauty. The morning wind blew through and blew her robe backwards. Ninging stands against the wind, and because of its mountains, rivers, and ravines, the scenery is quite spectacular. She came to Lu Chaoga because she had finished refining a light boat. With her superb and profound cultivation, plus her magical refining methods, flying magic weapons in mere minutes is naturally a matter of minutes. If it hadn't been for an additional water curtain formation, she would have been able to refine it in just 1 stick of incense. After a few breaths, the slower streamer arrived at Lu Chaoga's bamboo house. It was a small sword the size of a palm, and it was a flying sword. P.S. The recommendation vote for the new book period is still very important. And I don't ask for it much. Don't forget to vote every day. Chapter 28. 28. Serious text. Qingzhou is a prosperous place for kendo, and among the practitioners in Qingzhou, the proportion of sword cultivators is less than 70%. Ordinary people have flying pigeons to pass books, and sword cultivators are fond of flying swords. Each flying sword used to pass the book bears the imprint of the master's divine sense. If the flying sword is robbed halfway, the flying sword will explode with just a thought. Therefore, the safety factor of Feijin Chuanshu is not bad, but it certainly cannot be said to be absolutely safe. So, Lu Dongli never used flying swords to pass books. Lu Chaoge raised his hand and made a light move, and the flying sword floating in front of him fell into his palm. He lowered his head and glanced at it. The whole body of the sword was golden, and there was a special mark on the hilt. He could see at a glance where the flying sword came from. It was Jiangjinmen, which was not too far from Momin. Within a radius of 100 miles, including Momin, there are 3 subordinate sects of Jianzhong, all of which belong to the ranks of the Xiaobeimen. According to the rules of Sword Sect, there are rankings 400 gates and middle 100 gates, but not 4 lower 100 gates. As I said before, this is how the world is. The strong are so strong that 100 flowers bloom, and the weak are evenly weaker. It seems, there is nothing to rank. By the way, take care of the self-esteem of the bottom sect. If you are motivated and want to compete for a ranking, then come on and squeeze into the ranks of Zongbeimen. However, although there is no clear ranking, everyone is still a little forced. Like Momin, it has been recognized as the bottom of the Xiaobeimen in these years, and Jiangjinmen is powerful, it belongs to the middle and lower reaches. The other Kishwomen, a pure female sect, only accepts female disciples. It is a heavenly place. It is a pity that the strength is also weak, not as good as Gongjin men. Therefore, after the death of Lu Chaoge's parents, within 100 miles of this radius, Gongjin men has regarded himself as the big brother for all these years. After Lu Chaoge received Feijin, he did not rush to check it. Instead, he greeted Ningying first. The head of Gongjin men passed on the book and went to the female elders of Jianzhong personally. Naturally, the latter had a higher priority. It's not because I can't wait to get out and play handsome in a light boat. Aunt Ning, please come in. Lu Chaoge took Ningying to his room. The person above Lu Chaoge's head, who had not entered Lu Chaoge's house for many years, looked around curiously. The living room of the bamboo house is clean and tidy. She found a chair at random in front of the table and sat down, with her plump buttocks sitting. Like this, if a sound sculpture player was present, she would definitely shout. In her heart, I really want to be this chair. After Ningying was seated, Lu Chaoge found a seat closest to her and sat down. I saw Ningying wave the sleeves of her robe, and a light boat was taken out of the storage magic weapon and quietly suspended in the air. Chaoge, I have already refined a light boat for you, and you can see if there is anything that needs to be changed. Ningying said to Lu Chaoge. Come on, just ask and get it in the shape you like. Sure enough, a woman of this age will hurt people. Lu Chaoge nodded and took a light boat. On the surface, he was using his spiritual sense to probe, but in fact, he directly lost a detection. The basic information of Yi Qingzhou immediately appeared in front of his eyes, and then he was slightly stunned. It stands to reason that the one-leaf light boat is just an ordinary flying magic weapon, and the rank in the magic weapon belongs to the high-grade yellow level. This is actually quite a luxury. After all, in the early and middle stages of the game, players basically cannot get magic weapons above the yellow level. The means of transportation are all yellow grade top grade, which is considered a special row. 2 words, pay attention. But the one-leaf light boat in front of Lu Chaoga's eyes actually showed a blue level low grade. He carefully checked the basic information and found that it was because a large water curtain was engraved on this flying magic weapon. This formation is hidden in the magic weapon. Those who are not high-level people may not be able to observe it. But it can only be used once. If this one-time grand formation is activated, then the one-leaf light boat will be downgraded and return to the top rank yellow rank. That is to say, the reason why it is high level is purely due to the blessing of this water curtain formation. It is far more complicated and tedious to draw a large formation on a flying magic weapon than a defensive magic weapon. Aunt Ning is really a good method. Lu Chaoga gave a compliment in his heart. Ningning saw that Lu Chaoga had been looking down at a light boat, and asked, "What's the matter, is there anything you don't like?" Lu Chaoga shook his head and said lightly, "It's nothing, I just feel that this one-leaf boat seems to be different." He saw that Ningning hid the water curtain array, and didn't take the initiative to mention it to him. He didn't intend to say it, so he just silently accepted this friendship. His heart was warm, and he pretended to be do not know. Hey, he can actually feel the difference faintly? Ningning didn't think that Lu Chaoga could see through her hidden water curtain formation, which was impossible. But what Lu Chaoga said made her feel that Lu Chaoga might have a natural sensitivity to magic weapons, and maybe he was gifted in refining weapons. If you have talent, don't waste it. So, she took out a jade slip from her storage ring and handed it to Lu Chaoga. Chaoga, this jade slip contains 10 relatively simple ways of refining magic weapons. If you are interested, you can try to learn. Huh? Can you get a skill book for nothing? Lu Chaoga was stunned for a moment, then took the jade slip. Alchemy is indeed a skill he wants to master, which is in his plan. Learn the art of refining and sell it to stupid players. Whether it is alchemy or alchemy, it is an excellent way to make money. Sure enough, there is someone above, it is very moist. Aunt Ning, then I'm welcome. Lu Chaoga smiled crookedly. You. Ningning chuckled, her peach blossom eyes sparkling, and said, "However, your focus should still be on your practice." In her opinion, although Lu Chaoga has accumulated a lot, his realm is still low, and he has to catch up. Don't worry, Auntie Ning, you know, even if it's just for Shouyuan, I will try my best to break through. Lu Chaoga had a rare childish smile on his face. When Ningning heard the words, she was slightly silent. She knew very well that Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli had very different personalities, but both had a strong attachment to Shouyuan. Most of Lu Dongli's current temperament is inherited from her mother. Her mother's biggest ambition is to live the rest of her life in peace. She often says with a smile that her biggest goal in life is to live to be 500 years old. But when the demon cultivator brought disaster to the world, this gentle woman stood up with her husband. After the death of her mother, Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli would celebrate her birthday every year. Ningning still remembers what Lu Chaoga said that night. My mother said that she would live to be 500 years old, but she left so early. We will celebrate her birthday every year, so at least I will live until she is 500 years old. Lu Chaoga's feelings for his mother in this life are different. She filled in what he lacked in the previous life. This woman who was tender to his bones gave him all the love. In his previous life, he read a poem called Original written by a very young but very famous little girl. At that time, he had no feeling after reading it. But when he thinks about it now, his heart is filled with bursts of excitement. Splash. If anyone tells me, I love you, this is definitely not original. The original is with Mom. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. Ningning felt a little sad when she thought of her deceased friend. She adjusted her emotions, pointed to the Feijian on the table, and said, "This Feijian biography has been here for so long, you don't have a look?" Lu Chaoga had been busy chatting with Ningning and forgot about it. Jenkinman is not taken seriously. JPG. Using his divine sense, he checked the contents of the Feijian biography, and said, "It's not a big deal, it's the gathering of the heads of the three factions once every 10 years. Ningning nodded when she heard the words. Such gatherings are normal and important. Within 100 miles of this prescription, there are a total of these three sects, and this place is equivalent to the territory of these three sections. As for some spiritual fields that grow spiritual valleys and springs that can produce spiritual springs, how to allocate them in the next 10 years will depend on this gathering." This is also the first time that Lu Chaoga has participated in a gathering as the master of a sect. In the early years, Lu Qingfeng went there. In this case, Ningning would not come forward. These three factions are all subordinate sects of Jianzhong. If she comes forward, it will not conform to the rules. She glanced at Lu Chaoga, and saw that his handsome face was very calm. Without the slightest nervousness, his face was light and clear, as if he was just going to deal with a trivial matter. The child has grown up. Ningning sighed again in her heart. The burden on his shoulders is already a whole moment. But growing up may be a person's thing. After all, if you look at the word, grown up, there is not even the radical. And the capital of the ministry. P.S. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 29. 29. Means and responses. The three heads gathered together, and it has lasted for a whole 100 years. So far. Within 100 miles, the three cultivation sects were both neighbors and competitors. In the still glorious era of Momin, Jenkinman and Kishwaman were not located in this area. In a radius of hundreds of miles, it is all the territory of Momin. But later on, the Momin fell from one generation to the next, and Jenkinman and Kishwaman moved here because of the sudden change of the original Mountain Gate, which was barely considered an invasion of foreign sections. Of course, when they moved here, they also got the approval of Jianzhong. There is no way, the resources in a radius of 100 miles cannot be monopolized by the increasingly desolate Momin. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that this place belongs to the sword sect sphere of influence, the other sects of the sect would have long wanted to get involved. Instead of letting outsiders get in the way, it's better for your family to close the door and distribute benefits. In fact, it is understandable for Jianzhong to do so. Because Momin occupies this area, which is both a benefit and a responsibility. This means that this area will be guarded by Momin. Whether it is facing a demon cultivator or a dangerous situation, such as an alien beast, Momin must stand up. If people respect me, fear me, and worship me, then I will protect the peace of one party. This is the consensus of practitioners in the profound sky realm. This concept is included in the basic education of cultivators. And the increasingly declining Momin, guarding a radius of 100 miles, is obviously a little powerless. Lu Chaoga handed down the book with a flying sword in his hand. Now that he has learned the news, he has to give a reply. However, the three gatherings over the years were all hosted by the Momin, and the news was also notified by the Momin. After all, the place in history is there. This time, Gung Jinmen took the initiative to transmit Feijian biography, which was actually equivalent to a signal and attitude. This is also a small trick to the negotiating table. After all, Lu Chaoge was a super-rich second generation in his previous life. Although he was not interested in inheriting the family business, he still knew a lot of things. This is not a friendly start. So, something should be done. So, Lu Chaoge smiled contemptuously, and wrote the content of the reply with his divine sense in his reply. The flying sword of Gung Jinmen quickly flew away from the Momin area. Lu Chaoge didn't care too much about the three-door gathering 3 days later. However, the interests that he should strive for, he must still strive for. If nothing else, according to the content of the Sect mission released by the system, the Momin must continue to grow and expand its members. Then, whether it is Ling Tian or Ling Chuan's spring eyes and other necessities, they all have to fight for it. What's more, the things that the ancestors guarded in the past are not easy to flow out of his hands, right? And don't forget, he still has to accumulate prestige points. Inside the bamboo house, Lu Chaoge and Ning Ying were chatting. Ning Ying's sitting posture is very lazy, half of her body is leaning on one side of the chair, and the whole person is sitting on her side, like a mellow female cat basking in the sun in the warm winter sun. As she sat on the side, her plump side was fully revealed, and those peach blossom eyes stayed on Lu Chaoge, patiently listening to every word of Lu Chaoge without feeling impatient at all. Very serious. This woman seems to be full of two sides. She is sometimes graceful and luxurious, and sometimes she is lazy and casual. Sometimes all kinds of bad taste, sometimes gentle and patient. This is like the cold and solemn Taoist robe on her body, which can always form a sharp contrast with that charming temperament. Lu Chaoge was born in the era of the explosion of internet information in his previous life, and he could read countless women without leaving home. Of course, since he is a typical tall, rich and handsome, there is no shortage of women who like it. Rao is well informed, and he has to admit that Aunt Ning's charm is top-notch. What's more, she is so hurt. Time passes by every minute, and the good chat time is always short-lived. At this moment, a sword chi suddenly appeared in a bamboo house somewhere in Danqing Peak. This sword is hot and fierce, and the momentum is amazing. At the same time, there is a mysterious sword intent accompanying him. Yu Yuewu is enlightened. Ning Ying smiled slightly, expressing her satisfaction. Lu Chaoge couldn't help but sighed in his heart, as expected of the protagonist of the world, as expected of the flawless sword body, he perfected his sword intent overnight. It's just a little bit worse than me. Ning Ying looked at Lu Chaoge and said, "It's all thanks to you, Chaoge." Lu Chaoge smiled crookedly and said in his heart, "That's natural." Now that Yu Yu has also broken through, Ning Ying has no plans to stay in Momin for a long time. She knew that Lu Chaoge was going to participate in the three-door gathering, and she felt that she still had to give him some time to prepare. In front of Dan Qingfeng's main hall, everyone began to say goodbye. "Aunt Ning, are you really going to stay for a few more days?" Lu Dongli felt a little reluctant to part with Ning Ying. She, who has always been precocious, showed Cici's young daughter's demeanor. In front of Ning Ying, she treats Aunt Ning as her own aunt. It would be great if Aunt Ning and us were a real family. Lu Dongli often thinks this way. Ning Ying touched Lu Dongli's head and said, "Shaolizi, do you really think of me as an elder of the sword sect? Do you have nothing to do?" Lu Dongli stuck out his tongue and made a grimace. On the other side, the beautiful Yu Yu stared at Lu Chaoge with her eyes fixed on Lu Chaoge, and solemnly gave a sword salute, and then reluctantly said aloud, "The mountains and rivers meet, brother Chaoge, goodbye." Lu Chaoge said perfunctorily, okay, see you again. In his opinion, there is no better tool person in this world than the protagonist of the world. As the protagonist of the world, Yu is equivalent to a key character in the main storyline mission, and Lu Chaoga can use him to his heart's content. Yes, it is used. So, why don't you hurry home and grow? Players are coming soon, please train hard, okay? Be more enlightened, okay? After saying goodbye to each other, Ningning took out her own light boat from the storage magic treasure, and then she left with Yu under the reluctant eyes of her brother and sister. This made Momin, who had few members, return to the desertedness of the past. On the other side, a few hours later, the golden flying sword of Jingjianmen flew into the Sect hall of Jingjianmen. Compared to the grandeur of the Momin hall, the Jingjianmen hall seemed a bit shabby. No way, the thin and dead camel is bigger than the horse, who is the ancestor of Lu Chaoga, who used to be rich. The head of Gung Jinmen is sitting in the main seat. He is a middle-aged man with a feminine appearance. He doesn't even have a stubble on his face, just like he can't grow a beard. Because the appearance is not outstanding, and the ugliness is ordinary. Therefore, the description of the appearance is omitted. In the main hall, sitting in the second seat is a woman who looks very serious and difficult to offend. It is said that the appearance is born from the heart, although it is not necessarily accurate, but this woman does have a bitter and mean face. She is the contemporary head of Kishwomen, and on Earth, she is equivalent to the principal of a girls' school. Before the three sects gathered, the two had a private meeting, and the purpose could be imagined. In their opinion, if Lu Qingfeng was still alive, then they would have to give Momin a bit of a thin face. But now, Lu Qingfeng is dead. And his son, who showed a terrifying talent for cultivation when he was young, thought that their Momin was going to have a genius. But who would have thought that it has not yet broken through the initial stage? The master of the first realm of great perfection is simply ridiculous. If this story spreads, it can be made into a joke in the cultivation world. At their level, they have nothing to do with the top of the sword sect. And Ningning, as the elder of Jianzhong, her itinerary is not worthy of them to know. Lu Qingfeng and his wife have their own principles of conduct. They have always regarded Ningning as a friend rather than a supporter, so they have never publicized it. And Ningning has a special status. As an elder of Jianzhong, she also has many rules to lead by example. Therefore, everyone does not know her personal relationship with Momin on the bright side. As for Lu Dongli, the arrogant daughter of the sky, she is too stubborn. It stands to reason that with her talent, she should have been famous long ago. But because of the temperament of hiding hundreds of millions of hands in everything, outsiders have no idea what realm she has cultivated to. Therefore, everyone reached a consensus: Momin, it's cold. The careful thoughts of the two sect masters, it can be said that it is getting more and more every year. The golden Xiaophijian quickly fell into the hands of the gentle and feminine head of Gung Jinmen. He poured his spiritual consciousness into it and began to check Lu Chaoga's reply. I saw a blue vein suddenly burst out on his forehead on his white, dying face. And the right hand holding the flying sword was making a fist. Because in the Feijian biography, Lu Chaoga only left one word. Red. P.S. In the new week, ask for recommended tickets and rewards to make the list. Also, everyone remember to compare your hearts to the characters every day. Chapter 30. 30. In the Gung Jinmen hall, the head he too forcefully slapped the flying sword on the table, his fair face flushed with anger. The power of the word is so terrifying. Lin Long, the head of Kishwomen, raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect he to be so rude. In this area, he too has always regarded himself as the big brother, always thinking of being the master of the house. Therefore, he still prefers to pretend in front of outsiders. It was the first time that Lin Long saw him lose his temper like this, so he couldn't help but say in his heart, "Oh, men are so impatient." As a female sect, Kishwoman is good at boxing. For some reason, the style of the sect is strange, and there is a natural prejudice against men. Although she thought so, but everyone has formed an alliance now, and she was really curious. Lin Long asked, the head of the road, what is the content of this head, so that it can make you so angry? He too knew he had lost his way. After taking a deep breath, he handed the flying sword to Lin Long and said, "Sect leader Lin, see for yourself." Lin Long took the flying sword, and when the two touched their hands, his fingertips did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional, and he gently scratched He too's palm. This small gesture almost scratched He too's heart. It is true that he is the master of a sect, and if he wants women, he will indeed not be short of them. However, the other party is also the master of a sect, and his identity has a bonus. What's more, this Lin Long has a bitter face and a good appearance. The more she is like this, the more he too has the desire to conquer. After Lin Long took the flying sword, his consciousness swept away, and then his expression changed suddenly. Arrogant. Lin Long couldn't help yelling loudly. She knows very well that her Kishwoman is not as good as others' Jenkinmen. This Lu Chaoga dared to have such an attitude towards he too, so one can imagine his attitude towards her. As expected of men, they are so ordinary, yet they are always so confident. Yes, this girl actually sees a sense of substitution. It seemed that she had also been insulted by Lu Chaoga. "Headmaster, look," Lin Long began to speak idioms. He too snorted coldly and said, "Since the head of the road is so rude, then give him a slap in the face." After speaking, the two began to discuss the operation process of the three-door gathering. On the other side, Mo Min, Dan Qingfeng, Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli's siblings sat opposite each other, while hiding served and was responsible for warming the tea. The spirit tea exudes a faint fragrance, and after drinking it, it can make one's limbs feel warm and comfortable. In addition, it also has a weak bonus to spiritual power, and it can also wash the body. It is the daily favorite drink of practitioners. And whether it is Lingcha or Lingu, it can only be grown in Lingtian. The number of spiritual fields is limited, so the gathering of the three gates is particularly important. Brother, 3 days later will be the day when the heads of the three sects gather. Do you want me to accompany you? Lu Dongli sipped the spirit tea and said, "No need." Lu Chaoga raised his finger, tapped her forehead lightly, and said, with disgust, "As far as your ability to hide your cultivation base is concerned, I will take you there. When others see that your cultivation base is insignificant, they may not return it." Underestimated my Mo Min. Like today's Lu Chaoga, who is the first realm of the fifth heaven, with Lu Dongli's behavior, she estimates that she will hide her cultivation in the third and fourth realm of the first realm. Then I'll hide less this time, and I'll accompany you with the cultivation base that I first entered the second realm. How about it? This was Lu Dongli's biggest concession. It's definitely not possible to not hide, at most how many points? Lu Chaoga shook his head. At this moment, somewhere in Dan Qingfeng, there was a slight fluctuation of spiritual power. Lu Dongli glanced in the southeast direction, and said lightly, "Hey, Luo Bing has broken through." Luo Bing, as Lu Dongli's first disciple. He started a year later than hiding, and the progress of the two of them was about the same. The reason why Luo Bing retreated was because she was indeed stuck in the great perfection of the first realm and was looking for an opportunity, and secondly, because of the reasons mentioned earlier, Lu Dongli felt that this Dylan wanted to ride on her head and be her sister-in-law. But having said that, Hiding, the senior brother of Mo Min, had a miserable life, and Luo Bing, the second senior sister of Mo Min, was not much better. Luo Bing has been charming since she was a child, and then at the age of 6. She was sold to a brothel by her patriarchal parents for a sum of money. The brothel raised her for 5 years, and the prostitute taught her a lot, such as reading and writing, and how to serve men. In those 5 years, she was raised like a young lady, and Luo Bing did not disappoint the prostitute. Under her training and cultivation, she had learned everything that should be learned, and her appearance became more and more eloquent. She has a pure face and is particularly young. When he was 11, he looked like he was 8 or 9 years old. Her skin is white and tender, and she deserves to say, the people around you are like the moon, and the wrists are frosty and snowy. Due to his young age, his body has not yet fully grown, but he is already quite large, and he has the tendency to show sharp horns only when he is young. From the perspective of momentum, although it is impossible to compare with Ning Ying, it is definitely far more than Lu Dongli's lifelong state of being unable to get rid of poverty. The most important thing is that, perhaps because of the growing environment, although she looks innocent, she is charming. To sum it up in one word on earth, it is pure desire wind. Pure and lustful, full of goblin. The lethality of this kind of woman to straight men is beyond the table, and straight men will still think that this is really pure. When she was 11 years old, the prostitute felt that she had invested so much and it was time to make a return. That night, it was her 11th birthday, and the gate of the brothel was crowded with people. They looked up at Luo Bing on the second floor with greedy eyes, while bidding for the auction with a smile. They are buying melons. Yes, everyone is bidding openly on the street. Not only does it show their financial resources, and they pretend to be coercive, the brothel can also use this to boost their prestige. A cold number determines her tonight's belonging. The most terrifying thing was that the sisters around him cast envious glances at her when they heard that the number was getting higher and higher. In their opinion, this is the starting point for Luo Bing. The starting point is high, and the future worth will definitely be different. But Luo Bing was heartbroken. Over the years, she had also thought about resisting and escaping, but it was actually so easy. At this moment, a loud voice sounded from the crowd. 1,000 taels. The crowd dispersed automatically, making way for the approaching boys and girls. The young man's face is like a crown of jade, and his appearance is extraordinary. Although the girl looks ordinary, her temperament is also different from everyone around. It was the Lu brothers and sisters who came. Lu Chaoge was arrogant, and Lu Dongli made himself easy again. I saw Lu Chaoge grinning crookedly, glanced at the audience, then stared at the old bastard and said, I said, 1,000 taels, this girl, I'll buy it. The old bastard's legs were weak, and he almost fainted happily. Although in the long run, Luo Bing could bring in more than 1,000 taels. But who can tell in the future? Doing their business, many short-lived ghosts. If you are stabbed, how long you live depends on whether your life is hard enough. Tonight, I just took 1,000 taels, which is already pretty good. Lu Chaoge did not expect that when he went down the mountain to accompany his sister to watch the lanterns, he would encounter such an extraordinary girl by chance. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. Name, Luo Bing. Root bone, 8. Kendo qualification, 7. Opportunity, 6. The most important thing is that there is another sentence at the bottom of the system. There is a certain chance to open the hidden story. 1,000 tales, it's worth it. There are many unwritten rules in the cultivation world of the profound sky realm. For example, practitioners who participate in transactions in the mortal world cannot be robbed or robbed. Although the rules may not be obeyed by everyone, Lu Chaoge doesn't bother to do such a thing. During this process, Luo Bing was in a daze the whole time. She didn't react until the sister beside her gave her a hard push. They were so envious of Luo Bing. For them, being able to be bought like a commodity is a great luck. Serving one known man is better than serving countless unknown men. If you are smart and sensible, you might even be able to be a concubine. What's more, this young man is too good-looking. Just standing there, he is worthy of a sentence, full of red sleeves. Luo Bing, who was on her 11th birthday, ushered in a turning point in her life. That night, bright lanterns were being placed in the city. Luo Bing stood on the second floor of the brothel, looking at the handsome young man in the crowd from a distance, watching him stretch his hand into his arms, take out a large stack of silver bills, and then throw it in the direction of the brothel with great publicity. In her eyes, the silver bills flying all over the sky were like fireworks in full bloom. P.S. Looking at a series of 404-point rewards in the background, I fell into silence. Don't milk, this book is firm, I have experience, and God protects the young. Chapter 31. 31, Tea Master. That night, Luo Bing was bought in such a confused way. The old man respectfully handed the deed of prostitution to Lu Chaoge with both hands. After Lu Chaoge took it, he tore the deed of prostitution directly in the eyes of outsiders looking at the mentally retarded. This scene fell into Luo Bing's eyes, and she didn't think this young man was stupid. From the moment he appeared in the crowd, she knew where she belonged, so it was the same whether there was a contract or not. Luo Bing left the brothel just like that. She didn't bring anything except her belongings. At night, she followed Lu Chaoge and her siblings to see the lanterns all over the city. The lanterns are so beautiful. Luo Bing sighed in his heart. But such a beautiful lantern is not as good-looking as this Lu Gongzi. Along the way, Lu Dongli was still warm towards Luo Bing, but Lu Chaoge didn't say a word. He seems to be different from those men who want to eat themselves alive. His enthusiasm seemed to be given to his sister beside him. Although she said that the lanterns are so beautiful, she still showed her the whole city. Luo Bing was not at all uncomfortable with Lu Chaoge's cold attitude towards him. She was a humble person, so she only had a humble love for people. Time flies, and years have passed. The original Oiran in the brothel was transformed into a contemporary second senior sister of Momin. In a cave halfway up the mountainside of Danqing Peak, a woman in a plain white dress walked out slowly. She is neither tall nor short, with a graceful and well-proportioned figure and a fair complexion. Her appearance is as clean as snow, and her face is pure and innocent, revealing a little tenderness. Luo Bing has always had a youthful appearance. Even if this kind of person is older, wearing JK uniforms, Lolita, etc., will not have the slightest sense of disobedience. She is not a lowly style, she always has a girlish feeling. It is worth mentioning that not only her dress is white, but also her shoes and belt are all white. And she has a very serious cleanliness. People who come out of dirty places become especially fond of cleanliness. Finally the first realm. Luo Bing muttered to himself. Her voice is very soft, but not too loud. In the education she received in the brothel since she was a child, there were requirements for her voice and intonation. I want that kind of show that is not exposed, but it can make people listen to. The bones. Kind of like a voice-controlled anchor. I haven't seen young master for several days. Luo Bing said with a slight smile on his face. Smile now, the hidden charm will be revealed. Ning Ying is a charming woman, charming and plump. Luo Bing is on the contrary, she looks pure, but she is actually charming. Ning Ying looked at the hooker, but she was still the female elder of the Sword Sect, with her own majesty. Luo Bing looked innocent, but because of the environment she grew up in when she was a child, she was essentially a real fox. After all, when she was educated in the brothel, she was an honor student. In public, she always called Lu Chaoga the head, or the head teacher. But in private, she was always called young master Lu Chaoga, and she couldn't change it no matter how she taught her. This is her only little stubbornness. Not long after Luo Bing walked out of the cave, he heard a low and magnetic voice spread above Dan Qingfeng. Luo Bing, come to this bamboo house. This is the voice of Lu Chaoga. Relying on his cultivation, he could not do voice transmission through the air for the time being, and that is a magical power that can only be used by practitioners above the third realm. Of course, if your consciousness is much stronger than ordinary people, you may be able to use it earlier. Therefore, Lu Chaoga just used his spiritual power to amplify his own voice, just like a loudspeaker in the school. A certain female classmate, please come to the principal's office. Hearing this, Luo Bing was sluggish for a moment, and then, those toes. Couldn't help but stand on tiptoe slightly. It's the sun. Luo Bing did not hesitate at all, mobilized his whole body's spiritual power, used his body technique, and headed to Lu Chaoga's bamboo house at the fastest speed. Delivery. Outside Lu Chaoga's bamboo house, he was drinking tea with Lu Dongli. Hei Ting served on the side, still like a ghost, with a very low sense of existence. Only when he was pouring tea can people remember that there is such a person next to him. Brother, the three parties gathered together. Are you planning to take Luo Bing? Lu Dongli frowned slightly. How should I put it? Although she knew that Luo Bing had bad thoughts about her brother, she didn't allow them to contact each other. The reason why her brows were slightly raised, and her little nose was wrinkled, was because Lu Chaoga had just rejected her request to go with him, and then took the initiative to bring Luo Bing with him. Why? What? Jealous? Lu Chaoga drank the cooling tea and smiled crookedly. No way. Lu Dongli was choked and simply ignored him. Lu Chaoga's idea is actually very simple. When he goes out to a meeting, he should always have an assistant or secretary by his side. Nothing else, just platoons. It stands to reason that from the point of view of identity, it is the most suitable to take the eldest disciple hiding. But, my disciple, he is really ugly. Moreover, the presence of hiding is too low, and it is the same as not bringing it. As for Lu Dongli, since you love to hide, why don't you just hide you in the deepest place? Lu Chaoga doesn't plan to change his sister's character. Since she acts prudently and loves to hide hundreds of millions of hands in everything, let's use her as a secret weapon. Looking at it this way, Luo Bing was indeed the most suitable candidate. It didn't take long for Luo Bing to arrive here. She ran her body all the way and came at the limit speed. That little white flower with dew. Even the way she was panting made me feel pity. This is also because of the education she received since she was a child. Breathing is also a knowledge. Sect master, master. After standing up, Luo Bing saluted the two of them. It's just that gaze, I can't help but glance at Lu Chaoga. After a few breaths, she discovered that there was still a black pavilion, and quickly added, Senior brother. UU reading www.sonicmtl.com. Lu Chaoge glanced at Luo Bing, and every time he looked at her, he always felt that he was back on Earth and was looking at the photos on the internet. As far as Luo Bing's temperament and appearance are concerned, if you were to take a photo of pure lust with her small arms and calves exposed, her upper body covered with navel-bearing white short sleeves, and her lower body covered in white lace shorts, it would be absolutely amazing. By the way, the action must be to keep the knees together, the thighs tightly closed, the calves slightly open, and the tip of the nose, it is best to apply a little cream. Well, she is the best model for tea ceremony photos. In fact, Luo Bing was indeed using all his strengths to seduce Lu Chaoge. It's just that Lu Chaoge is well informed and has a high immunity. Lu Chaoge coughed lightly and said, Luo Bing, 3 days later will be the day when the heads of the 3 sects will gather. Now that you have left the customs, go with this seat. Yes. Luo Bing said immediately. She bowed her head in a salute to show her order, and then raised her head again, gently poking her blue silk, revealing her lovely, sparkling little ears. This is her dream, the chance to be alone with the sun. Her joy at this moment is beyond the joy of breaking through. Is this villain smiling too happily? Lu Dongli thought in his heart. Damn, why is there such a creature as a sister-in-law in this world? P.S. Thank you for the poisonous milk, with 404 points of starting coins from more than 50 people last night. In other words, it is best for everyone to give rewards through the character column, and choose the characters you like to reward, which can also increase the star value and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Finally, give me a little face to Brother Lu, and I hope the character of the man is the best in this book, which is more in line with the theme and content. I am serious. Chapter 32. 32, Call Dad. 3 days passed quickly, and it was time for the 3 heads to gather together. During these 3 days, Luo Bing would always find some legitimate excuses to approach Lu Chaoge. For example, Sect Master, do I need to do anything to prepare this time? For example, the headmaster, which skirt can I wear to show my Momin style? If you choose a skirt, please don't lift the snow white skirt. And then show the same snow white calf, okay? Lu Chaoge was a high-ranking player in his previous life, and Luo Bing's tricks were so clear in his heart that he was like a mirror. Therefore, there was no turbulence in his heart. In addition, Luo Bing also robbed hiding for work. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chaoge's bamboo house and yard are all taken care of by hiding. After Luo Bing left the customs, she came even more diligently than hiding. It is busy before and after, and it is also serving tea and water, all expressing an attitude. They are your little licking dogs. Also based on the brothel education she received when she was a child, whether Luo Bing was cleaning the house or serving tea and water, her movements and postures were all very attractive, and the scenery was exceptionally beautiful. The arc of the waist when bending over, and the very upturned buttocks. Combined with the pure face, it is a pity that there is no maid costume in this world. In fact, sometimes, she didn't do it on purpose, but many things had already been carved into her bones. The most important thing is that she moves very slowly and deliberately wastes time, and she can always stay in Lu Chaoge's bamboo house until the night. Want to sleep? JPG. It can be said that there is a lot of effort to give in vain. Too bad it hasn't worked out yet. The east is white, and the sun is rising. Lu Chaoge meditated outside the bamboo house as usual and practiced drinking qi. A faint mist surrounded him, and with his last exhalation, the mist was blown away directly, as if it had never been generated. Luo Bing had been waiting outside for a long time, and his eyes never took his Eyes off Lu Chaoga. It's really immortal, and the sun is really like being exiled from the world. Luo Bing said in his heart. After Lu Chaoga opened his eyes, he glanced at Luo Bing and said, "Come here?" Luo Bing nodded, and seeing no one around, he opened his mouth and said, "Young master, are we going now?" Lu Chaoga nodded and took out a light boat from the ink ring. It was the first time that the two of them rode together like this, and Luo Bing's little heart was pounding. Lu Chaoga sat in front of Yi Qingzhou, and Luo Bing sat behind. She could see Lu Chaoga's tall and straight back, and she could smell the man's breath on him. Since Lu Chaoga rejected Lu Dongli's request to go with him, Xiaolizi didn't come to see him off at all to show his anger. Along the way, Lu Chaoga didn't fly fast, because he didn't plan to arrive at the agreed place too early. He is a very time-conscious person. He hates being late for himself, but he hates being late for others. However, he is not the kind of person who will arrive a long time in advance and wait foolishly, which is not in line with his character. Along the way, Luo Bing was speechless, and courted Lu Chaoga in a measured way, bragging about him, saying that this time the three parties gathered together, the young master would be how it would be. She knew from a young age that men are creatures that need praise. Things like "you were great just now" can always stimulate the sensitive nerves of men. Of course, in her opinion, this is not a flattery, she is indeed a sincere admiration. In Luo Bing's heart, the sun is a peerless existence, no one can compare with him. Lu Chaoga listened and said in the tone of his previous life, "It's all right. All right, don't lick it." Hearing this, Luo Bing was slightly taken aback. Lick? With a pure and sweet appearance, she couldn't help sticking out the tip of her red tongue, only showing a little bit, and then lightly licked his upper lip. What does this mean, son? This happiness came too suddenly. At this time, Lu Chaoga also realized that what he said just now might not be understood by the people in the profound sky realm, and the girl behind her was different from ordinary girls. The education she received when she was a child led her to understand some aspects that might be better than that of ordinary girls. There are more Lu Chao songs. So, he said solemnly, meditation. Hearing this, Luo Bing snorted obediently, but did not dare to go too far. The prostitute has taught her since she was a child that when dealing with men, she can overstep appropriately. You must make a man feel that he is on top. Damn, childhood education really affects a lifetime. Lu Chaoga glanced at Luo Bing and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, as a full-value man of charm 10, Lu Chaoga has long been used to being jealous of others. The days of handsome guys are so boring. Master, do you need Lingquan? Luo Bing began to serve Lu Chaoga like a little maid again. She is different from Hei Ting. Hei Ting is the kind of good disciple who can see what Lu Chaoga needs at a glance. He is the kind of good disciple who will immediately take out the futon and put it under the master's butt as soon as he is about to sit down. Luo Bing would take the initiative to ask questions and ask for warmth. No, Luo Bing, sometimes you don't need to serve this seat like this. Lu Chaoga said. But I was originally bought by you, son. As she said that, she bowed her head slightly, and I felt pity. This is not her pretentious attitude. She came from a humble background, and she still feels inferior in her bones. Even, why did many people see her as a human being? She is nothing but a priced item. Lu Chaoga heard the words and said, "Forget it, pour a glass of spiritual spring." Luo Bing immediately became happy and poured water quickly. Lu Chaoga took a sip of the spiritual spring that Luo Bing poured out, and said, "Do you like the name young master so much?" Well, doesn't the sun like it? Luo Bing asked. Lu Chaoge continued to drink tea, non-committal. Luo Bing fell into contemplation, trying to do what she learned when she was young, and then she had a pure face with "I'll give it up" written all over her face. A pair of small ears were red and hot, and she said tentatively, "Then, Dad?" Lu Chaoge was directly choked by Lingquan. "What about the ring ruler? Where is my ruler for maintaining door rules?" With this little episode, time flies by quickly. The meeting place of the three gates is set on the top of a mountain called Wanyue Peak. There is a pavilion on the top of the mountain, which is the fixed place for the meeting. For the past 100 years, the three-door gathering every 10 years has been here. Lu Chaoge stepped on the spot, and it turned out that the head of Jenkin Gate, he too, and the head of Qiushui Gate, Lin Long, had not arrived yet. Luo Bing also noticed this, and his face was slightly tense. She knows very well that the sun doesn't like people who are not punctual. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Luo Bing counted in her heart. When she counted to 100, 2 streamers flashed in the sky, and 2 people were driving the magic weapon of flying and came to the pavilion of Wang Yifeng. As a junior, Luo Bing didn't know if he wanted to come forward to greet him. So he raised his head and glanced at Lu Chaoge. Seeing Lu Chaoge's indifferent expression, he directly shook his head. He just lost 2, detection, directly. According to the feedback from the basic information given by the system, the 2 who came were not He Tu and Lin Long, but their disciples. Deliberately being late, plus only sending disciples, this was their response to Lu Chaoge. Seeing Lu Chaoge's expression as usual, he smiled contemptuously and said, "Oh, as I expected. This kind of small routine, he has long thought of it. He thinks that he is the son of heaven, and believes that he can develop Momin. It is said that if one person attains the Tao, the dog will ascend to heaven. And since everyone is neighbors, they will surely be able to get some light from you at that time. But your actions are really playing with fire. First of all, it's okay to act on your behalf, make decisions without authorization, and try to dominate the meeting. Today, I still use such tricks." Sure enough, fortune-telling is not for everyone. 2 streamers soon arrived outside the pavilion, a man and a woman. They were about to speak according to the master's instructions and give the young man in front of them a dismount, but they saw the man move. Lu Chaoge stood on the pavilion, and the 2 stood outside the pavilion. The base of the pavilion was already high. In addition, Lu Chaoge looked down on the 2 of them directly. He looked at them condescendingly like this, and the next movements were smooth, and the whole set of movements was completed in one go. Turn around. Back hands. Sigh. Chapter 33. 33, bang, it exploded. Today is a happy day in Japan, at least Lu Chaoge is in a good mood. Men, whether it is the same sex called their father, or the opposite sex called their father, will be very happy. A man, a strange creature who loves to be a father. And the appearance of this man and a woman undoubtedly ruined the good mood that Luo Bing brought to Lu Chaoge today. The man standing on the left is from Jenkinman, the second disciple of He Tu. And his name is Zhongqiu. Just now, Lu Chaoge looked down at him and saw his appearance clearly. As the name suggests, this appearance really looks like crowdfunding. How did this face come together? If there is a comic, this face is not easy to draw. The woman standing on the right is from Kishwaman, her name is Shen Qingqing, Lin Long's eldest disciple, and a contemporary Kishwaman senior sister. She looks a little pretty, and her facial features are still delicate, but she has no temperament. It belongs to the type that looks okay at first glance, but is very unattractive. Compared with the pure Luo Bing, which is full of tea, it is several grades worse. Of course, through the meeting just now, the two also saw Lu Chaoga's appearance clearly. This is the first time they have seen the real person, Lu Chaoga. Is this the legendary waste head of Momin who has been unable to break through the first realm for many years? It looks really hateful, Zhong Qiu said in his heart. Why are my legs a little weak? Shen Qingqing was stunned, her body's feedback was honest. At this time, Zhong Qiu glanced at Luo Bing, and couldn't take his eyes away. For a moment. There are such women in this world. The words Bing Qing Yu Jia appeared in his mind immediately. This is why Lu Chaoga brought Luo Bing here. Why do many big companies hire beautiful front desks as vases? This is what I want. If Lu Dongli was present at this moment, seeing Lu Chaoga's whole set of movements flowing smoothly, she turned around and turned her back to the two. She would definitely wake up immediately. Brother is going to fall ill. Since he chose to turn his back to all beings, 80% of the time he would not speak properly. Zhong Qiu and Shen Qingqing looked at each other and warned each other that now is not the time to indulge in beauty, we still have a task to do. The two of them saluted together, and said loudly, disciples Zhong Qiu and Shen Qingqing, meet Lu Sect Master. They are polite, standard in their actions, and sincere in their tone. And the more so, the more disgusting people are. Those who jumped out and shouted rudely were low-level nausea. And like this, in the identity of a junior, he is deliberately late, and after being late, he has a respectful face and a smile on his face, which is really disgusting. Lu Chaoga still turned his back to the two of them and didn't make a sound. If he doesn't make a sound, they will continue to worship. Time passed minute by minute, and 10 seconds later, Zhong Qiu and Shen Qingqing knew that this would not work. They coughed dryly, and got up. Embarrassed. Before the waist was straight, the two suddenly sank. I can't stand up straight. Their blood seems to be pulled by a certain force, and this force is falling, making their bodies very heavy. Weird, so weird. Zhong Qiu groaned, running the spiritual power in his body, and relying on his first realm cultivation, he forcibly broke through this strange power. Shen Qingqing followed suit and began to stand up to this force. And just as they attacked with all their strength, this mysterious power that came from nowhere suddenly disappeared. The two staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Luo Bing stared at the funny scene in front of him and opened his mouth slightly. When Lu Chaoga awakened her spirit, she was in seclusion on the mountain, but she also heard the edict of the heavens that spread all over 100 miles. It was only after everyone returned to the mountain that she learned through Xiaqiu's big mouth. It turned out that the vision on that day was actually caused by the sun. At this moment, seeing Lu Chaoga's miraculous means with his own eyes, Luo Bing only felt shocked. Zhong Qiu and Shen Qingqing, who had made a fool of themselves, had ugly expressions on their faces. To be honest, before the two of them came here, they despised the legendary head of the road. First of all, the two are older than Lu Chaoga. Secondly, although there is no age-based ranking in the practice world, and the practice is that the master is the teacher, but Lu Chaoga's meager cultivation base is not enough. But the current situation made the two of them a little confused. Shen Qingqing turned her head and gave Zhong Qiu a wink. Didn't you listen to what you said on the way here, but you should go. She thought to herself. Oh, men are really unreliable, and they only have a powerful mouth. Zhong Qiu frowned slightly, although he had lingering fears, but when he thought that Lu Chaoga was notoriously low in cultivation, and his teachers' life was difficult to violate, he had to bite the bullet no matter what. There is no way, the world is like this, the leader can't figure out the Situation, he just slaps his head and asks his subordinates to do things. No matter what the situation is, subordinates can only have a hard top. What can I do? He didn't know if he was Lu Chaoga's opponent. He only knew that he was absolutely unable to do the master. I heard that Lu Chaoga has been stuck in the first realm for many years, and now even if he is lucky enough to break through the realm, he will be the first to enter the first realm. I am the third realm of the first realm. How can I be afraid that he will fail? It was just a ghost trick before, it's just a small trick. Zhongqiu began to self-strategize and cheered himself up. He tidied up his messed up robes, and with a smile on his face, he said, Master Lu, why don't we go into the pavilion and sit down and talk? If you say it's a talk, it's not actually here to talk at all, it's just to inform you. He too and Lin Long had already discussed how to divide the cultivation resources within 100 miles. It's just that the head of the road is blocking the intersection of the pavilion, and his back to the two of them is motionless. If they want to go in and sit down and talk, they must directly cross Lu Chaoga's body from the side. The development of the situation was indeed as expected by Zhongqiu. Lu Chaoga still did not say a word, just stood on a high place with his back to the two. Motionless. The wind blew the corners of his clothes and his long hair, like an immortal. In a pavilion. Zhongqiu couldn't understand why is there someone in this world who can have such an artistic conception just from a back? He gritted his teeth and started walking forward. The entrance to the pavilion is actually quite spacious, enough for 3 people to enter and exit at the same time. But Shen Qingqing followed behind Zhongqiu and did not walk into the pavilion from the other side. As it turns out, she was right. As soon as she took 2 steps, her face suddenly turned pale, her whole body stiffened, the chills on her back stood upright, and she was so frightened that she couldn't close her legs. What did I see? Shen Qingqing began to doubt her eyes. Just now, she watched helplessly as Zhongqiu stepped into the pavilion with his right leg, trying to cross Lu Chaoga. I saw Lu Chaoga raised his left hand leisurely, and gave a very casual volley. The next moment, blood spilled from Zhongqiu's right foot, which had not yet landed. Bang! It exploded. P.S. The reward list and book review area are very lively these days. You can play or you can play. Chapter 34. 34. On the gazebo of Wang Yifeng, the shrill screams came out after a few breaths. No way, Zhongqiu's right foot exploded so suddenly, it took him a few seconds to feel the pain. Lu Chaoga thought that he was screaming loudly, and when he thought about it, the power of water in his body revolved, directly blocking Zhongqiu's mouth and tongue so that he could only whimper softly. If Yu was at the scene, she would definitely be amazed again. It turns out that the power of heaven and earth can still be used like this. Among the singers of Lu Chao, power of water can actually produce the effect of bursting blood. Yes, Zhongqiu and Lu Chaoga are both practitioners in the first realm, and Lu Chaoga's cultivation is only 2-fold higher than him. But don't forget, he carries the power of water on his body, and at the same time, the cultivation technique, drinking qi, is a purple-level technique. Therefore, the purity of the 2 spiritual powers is extremely important. There are differences, even in numbers. For a rookie in the cultivation world like Zhongqiu, Lu Chaoga could knock his head out of the way with a wave of his hand. Zhongqiu, who had lost one of his right feet, fell to the ground and twitched. Shen Qingqing, who was beside him, was stunned for a long time before he remembered to cast a spell on him to stop the bleeding. If you forget to cast the spell, you will lose too much blood and die. Shen Qingqing's cheeks turned pale, and even her lips lost their blood. While clasping her hands together, she glanced at the tall and straight back from the corner of her eye, and didn't even dare to look up at him. If it is said, she was fascinated by Lu Chaoge's handsome appearance before. So, at this moment, she is already in awe. Her cultivation level is slightly inferior to Zhong Qiu's. If the head of the road can destroy his right foot with a single finger, then he can also destroy himself. She was suddenly a little fortunate. Just now, she kept an eye on her and did not enter from the other side but followed behind Zhong Qiu. Shen Qingqing's shriveled chest was ups and downs, and it was difficult for him to stabilize his emotions and stop the wound for Zhong Qiu. Luo Bing watched from the side, the small fist in his sleeve clenched slightly, and he was a little excited. Young master is still as domineering as ever, Luo Bing thought to himself. Obviously, his previous worries were superfluous. The man and woman in front of him are not worthy of being shoulder to shoulder with the sun, let alone negotiating at the same stone table. Lu Chaoge took a few steps forward, and then he sat down on the stone bench in the pavilion. Luo Bing took out the spirit tea from the storage ring with great discernment, served tea and water on the side, and served him personally. She stood very close, and Lu Chaoge could smell the tea fragrance as well as the very faint fragrance on her body. Well, it's a girl who fits perfectly, with a unique fragrance of melon. Sect master, please drink tea. With outsiders around, Luo Bing would not go overboard and address the sun, and his attitude was respectful. Such a beautiful woman who is pure and pure in the eyes of Zhong Qiu, who made him feel ashamed, is bowing her eyebrows and pleasing to the eye, like a little slave. Lu Chaoge took the spirit tea handed over by Luo Bing, took a sip, glanced at the two casually, and said lightly, "Thirsty?" Shen Qingqing immediately understood and left with the injured Zhong Qiu. "Get out now, or you still want to keep drinking tea? Didn't you see so much blood on the ground? This blood is enough to drink a pot." Out of awe, Shen Qingqing didn't even dare to fly directly with the object. Instead, he carried Zhong Qiu on his back, and quickly descended the mountain with his body technique. After running out of a certain range, he hesitated to take out the flying magic weapon. In the process of running, she stumbled several times by herself, and she had no intention to take care of Zhong Qiu. As a result, Zhong Qiu on her back was scratched by branches and thorns all the way. There are several bloodstains. Miserable, Zhong Qiu is really miserable. After the flight magic weapon Yekong left, Shen Qingqing calmed down a little. The fear that Lu Chaoge brought to her just now was far more than her master. That pressure rooted directly in her heart, I am afraid she will never forget it. Zhong Qiu was lying on the flying magic weapon, knowing that he had lost all face. He was weak and wanted to say a few words, but found that he called junior sister Shen several times, but the other party turned a deaf ear. "Don't call me," Shen Qingqing roared in her heart. "Please don't beep with me, I'm so scared now." Don't listen, bastard chanting. With such a mentality, the two on the flying magic weapon remained silent all the way, and quickly flew towards the direction of Jinkan Gate. In the pavilion, Luo Bing poured another cup of spiritual tea for Lu Chaoge. "Young master, that finger you just pointed was really amazing." Luo Bing started licking again. One way to lick is to persevere. Licking to the end, everything. Lu Chaoge smiled casually, and wrote lightly, "It's just a little extra power of water, and your own practice is the most important thing. Disciple, remember." Luo Bing spat out the tip of her bright red and delicate tongue playfully and replied. Lu Chaoge glanced at her and asked, "You seem to be in a good mood?" Luo Bing nodded vigorously without denying it. Being able to drink tea in a pavilion in the mountains like this with your son. Feels like it's written in a novel. Although she knew in her heart that the young master was out to do business. And he didn't take her out to enjoy the scenery, the joy in her heart was still overflowing. For those who have suffered all the way, as long as a little sweetness can fill their hearts. Stop standing, sit down. Lu Chaoga said. Hearing this, Luo Bing immediately burst into a smile, feeling a little flattered. She took courage and sat down on the stone bench closest to Lu Chaoga. After sitting down, she couldn't help but moved her little but slightly, leaning in the direction of Lu Chaoga imperceptibly, her body also slightly tilted. The breeze blows, blowing her blue silk. She gently stroked her hair, and pulled the strands of hair that had been blown away by the wind behind her slightly windy little ears. The pair of small swooping ears actually had red spreading upwards. If you pull it lightly, it will definitely feel hot. She was indeed taught how to serve men since she was a child, but don't forget, she is also a girl with poetic feelings. Luo Bing felt that the world had become brighter at this moment. Even the blood on the ground that is slightly out of line with the atmosphere may be recalled many years later, and it will automatically become the little red flowers blooming next to the gazebo. About half an hour later, Shen Qingqing's flying magic weapon flew to the mountain gate of Jiangjianmen. She had never flown so hard in her life. The flying magic weapon landed in front of the main hall of Jiangjianmen, and immediately there were disciples stationed outside the main hall to greet him. Second senior brother. Why are you injured so badly? The two Jenkin sect disciples shouted, it's enough to break your legs, why are there practitioners scratching your face? Next. Zhongqiu shook his head, with a mouthful of old blood in his throat. I can't tell you that he was scratched by thorns and branches when he was fleeing down the mountain, right? He could only say, hurry up and carry me in to see the master. The two disciples acted immediately. Seeing this, Shen Qingqing also followed into the hall, because her master Lin Long was also drinking tea in the hall at the moment. As soon as everyone approached the door of the main hall, they heard bursts of laughter, filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Until these two saw Zhongqiu being carried in. The head of Geng Jinmen looked at his beloved disciple, who was seriously injured, and stood up immediately. The pressure of the cultivator at the peak of the third realm spread out from him, and his already feminine face was filled with the true emotions in his heart. He was furious. The coercion filled the hall. Except for Ling Long, who was also in the third realm, the rest of the younger generation felt a little depressed and almost couldn't breathe. But for some reason, Shen Qingqing looked at the head of Geng Jinmen, he too, feeling the terrifying pressure on him, and the awe and fear of him in his heart were not comparable to the man in Xingyi in the pavilion. Compared with the furious he too, the joy and anger were indistinguishable, and the Lu Chaoga who always turned her back to everyone and abolished one person, at the snap of her fingers left a greater shadow in her heart. The chest of her yellow dress was still stained with the blood splashed by Zhongqiu, as if a blood-filled red flower had taken root in the bottom of her heart. P.S. Currently the third on the signing list, with 2 platinums on top. I'm content this week. Thank you for your rewards and votes, and thanks to the leader of the Cuttlefish Sister for the reward. Kindergarten Leader, Real Fire. Chapter 35. 35. Carefully. Zhongqiu's injury suddenly destroyed the cheerful atmosphere in the Geng Jinmen Hall. Previously, during the intertwining of Gongqiu, Lin Long, the head of Kishwaman, was still interested in teasing, he too occasionally, not only venting his joy, but also playing tricks on this man. At this moment, not only he too was furious, but Lin Long's expression gradually turned cold. Zhong Qiu and Shen Qingqing passed by together. He was the main general, and Shen Qingqing could only be regarded as a deputy general. Therefore, not only he too was beaten in the face, but she too. This stinky bitch started to give birth to a strong sense of substitution. Again, and she even felt a pain in her face. Lin Long glanced at he too in a state of rage, and his impression of this man was a little worse. A little restless. She commented in her heart. Naturally, she wouldn't change her mind, and it wasn't her lover who was seriously injured anyway. He too got off the main seat and came to Zhong Qiu's side. After checking his lover's injuries, he took out a spiritual pill from the storage ring and rudely stuffed it into Zhong Qiu's mouth. As soon as the elixir entered, Zhong Qiu's complexion turned a little ruddy. And it seemed that the medicinal effect was very good. Say, what's going on? He too glanced at the two of them and said solemnly. He took back the coercion that had spread out earlier, and tried to calm down his mood. Zhong Qiu and Shen Qingqing looked at each other, and then you described the situation in one sentence. In the process, the two did not add oil or vinegar in the slightest. They were all frightened by Lu Chaoga, and there was infinite awe in their hearts, and they didn't even have the courage to slander them behind their backs. He too and Lin Long listened to the descriptions of the two disciples, and their expressions gradually became solemn. You mean, he broke your right foot with a single finger? He too frowned, his feminine face was full of haze. Yes. Zhong Qiu nodded. He too thinks he can do it, but it's normal for him to do it. Why Lu Chaoga? A waste head who has been stuck in the first realm for many years, even if he is lucky enough to break through, it is only the cultivation of the first realm. What else do you want to say? He too asked again. Zhong Qiu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he stopped. Speak. He too forced. Zhong Qiu glanced at his abolished right foot and said, Disciple. The disciple's cultivation base is shallow, and I don't know if what my consciousness perceives is right. His pupils dilated slightly, and he said in a lingering tone, with a single finger from the head of the road, the disciple's consciousness senses the power of heaven and earth. What? He too and Lin Long couldn't sit still again for a moment. The power of heaven and earth. That is the power that only cultivators can possess after the enlightenment of heaven. It's the power they don't deserve. He too and Lin Long seemed to think of something at the same time and then looked at each other in horror. Just a few days ago, there were 9 decrees of the heavenly way, spreading all over 100 miles. Coincidence? Or it was Lu Chaoga who motivated this kind of opposite sex. They are more willing to believe the latter, because all kinds of clues confirm this. 9 heavenly Tao edicts, 9 heavenly Tao edicts. Lin Long's eyes were dazed, and he suddenly felt that he was on the wrong team. You must know that the favored son of the heavens who can trigger the 9 heavenly edicts, even if they are placed in the sword sect, will be regarded as a baby bump, and will become the elder of the sword sect, and even the object of the sect master and the sword master. Such people, as long as they don't die halfway, will definitely become great practitioners. At this time, Lin Long couldn't help but remember that when Lu Chaoga was young, he was indeed the most famous genius boy in this area. It's just that he has been stuck in the first realm, and is regarded as a genius who has fallen. There are even rumors that the reason why he broke through the realm so quickly before may be encouraged by pulling the seedlings. What secret method was used, and it turned out to be exhausting and fishing. Exhausting all talents. Now it seems that there must be a mystery. It's not that he can't, it's that we don't understand. If I had known this earlier, no matter what the cost, I would have made a good relationship with him. Lin Long thought to himself. Before he has grown up, it is a good time to make friends. She thinks that she is good at dancing with long sleeves and is good at getting along with people. She is full of confidence that she does not know where to get along with men. She glanced at he too vaguely, her eyes full of disgust and disgust. This stinky man mistaken me. He too stood there, his face turning blue and white. He is different from Lin Long. After the 9 heavenly decrees spread, he was closer to the vision of heaven and earth, so he flew over to investigate the situation. Then, he and a group of practitioners were stopped outside, and they sensed the terrifying coercion that only great practitioners have. That was Ning Ying's protection for Lu Chaoge. If that Dai Qiling is really Lu Chaoge, then there is probably a mysterious great cultivator standing behind him. This is the scariest place. This kid, there is someone on his head. A genius who has not yet developed is not scary, because he is still very weak. For the time being. But if there is a great practitioner behind him, it will be completely different. No wonder he dared to reply with the word read in the biography of Fei Jian. Can't be bothered. He too suddenly slumped onto the chair, his face slumped. These few steps of chess have killed myself. It's too late to say goodbye now. All they can do now is not to show mercy, but to save. The allocation of resources within a radius of 100 miles must not be allocated as set 10 years ago. Whether it is Jenkinman or Kishwaman, it needs to show enough sincerity. Must cut meat. Otherwise, you will lose the whole game. Lin Long glanced at he too and already understood he too's decision. Although she also thought so, this bitter and mean woman couldn't help but said in her heart, oh, men are really like that, sometimes hard and sometimes soft. Wang Yue peek, inside the pavilion. Lu Chaoge took a sip of the spirit tea that Luo Bing poured over, and opened the system interface to check the reputation value of Momin, and found that the reputation value had exceeded 500, and it was still stable at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. Promote. Obviously, the reputation value should be obtained from Jenkin Gate and Qiushui Gate. After Zhongqiu returned to the mountain, things would definitely spread. In fact, both Jenkinman and Kishwaman are in full swing at the moment. SonicMTL.com discussed how much to cut the meat. Xiaomen Xiaopai, the prestige value given is less. Lu Chaoge felt a little disgusted in his heart. It is obviously unrealistic to want to rely on Jenkinman and Kishwaman to increase the reputation value to 1,000. But it's no use trying to scour the wool, these two sheep don't have much wool at all. Therefore, Lu Chaoge gave up the idea of staring at them, and it would be boring to be bald. He believes that he is the son of heaven, and his ambition is not in this mere 100 miles. After closing the system interface, Lu Chaoge turned his head to Luo Bing, who had been staring at him. What? There are flowers on my face? Luo Bing, who was still a little dazed, nodded stupidly. After reacting, he quickly waved his hand and said, no, son, I just lost my mind. Seeing her panicked look, Lu Chaoge felt a little helpless. In Momin, aside from his own sisters, whoever respects him the most must be his eldest disciple, hiding. But to say who is the most cautious and cares about details most when getting along with himself, it is Luo Bing in front of him. She is always trying her best to please Lu Chaoge. If something goes wrong, she will panic and be at a loss. It seems that Lu Chaoge's impression of her has dropped a little bit, and even if it's just a little bit, she will be sentenced to death. In this regard, Lu Chaoge did not understand. There is no way, he was a super rich and handsome in the past life, and in This life he believes that he is the son of heaven, so he can pull a horse from the inside out. This kind of humble emotion, he didn't understand, and it has never been bred before. So he didn't understand Luo Bing's cautiousness. He doesn't even understand that for some people, love is like a thief. Chapter 36. 36, It smells like that. Momin, Dan Qingfeng. Lu Dongli had just finished her homework for Xiaoqiu and was bored and distracted. I don't know what my brother and that scoundrel are doing now, she thought. In her heart. It took a few seconds for her to realize that, as the only elder of the Momin, shouldn't she be most concerned about the distribution of cultivation resources within 100 miles? Since then, she was very responsible and gently floated a sentence in her mind, I don't know how the three parties gathered to discuss. Then, her focus returned to Lu Chaoge and Luo Bing. Sister-in-law, such a creature, is too unfriendly to my sister, isn't it? Father Shi, you see how lucky I am, right? Xiaoqiu asked suddenly. She has been changing her teeth these days and lost a front tooth, so she has a little slurred speech. Lu Dongli, who was in a daze, was pulled back by Xiaoqiu, and said, You will be lucky again. Xiaoqiu lowered his head, a little listless. Luck is tiring to say. Father Shi, I'm a genius, so I can't be wrong, or would you be out of luck? Xiaoqiu raised her head. As a result, her forehead was flicked by Lu Dongli's fair and slender fingers. You will be lucky if you ask me to. Xiaoqiu raised her little hand to cover her forehead, and had to get lucky again. It's obviously master, you're distracted, but it's always me who gets beaten. She sat down with her knees crossed and used the spiritual power in her body again. Lu Dongli nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this closed-door disciple was indeed smart. After finishing today's schoolwork, Xiaoqiu became lively again. Father Shi, when will I be able to accompany Uncle Shi down the mountain like second senior sister? Xiaoqiu blinked her big round eyes and said. Why are everyone thinking about following the master? Lu Dongli was sensitive, feeling that his self-esteem as a master was a little frustrated. But soon she was relieved, because she was also a follower behind her brothers. But when she was a child, she looked at Xiaoqiu and said seriously, Xiaoqiu, under normal circumstances, you can't go down the mountain. Huh? Why? Xiaoqiu was puzzled. Because you are a close disciple of your teacher. Lu Dongli said. Father Shi, why can't the close disciple go down the mountain? Xiaoqiu was even more confused. Because there is no way. Lu Dongli said naturally. The little girl closed herself. Lu Dongli looked at Xiaoqiu, who was squatting on the ground and drawing circles, and said in her heart, if you are good and do not learn badly, if your cultivation is not at home, don't make trouble for your teacher down the mountain. After a while, she seemed to be a little soft-hearted again, trying to comfort the child who seemed to have no waste. Unexpectedly, she was about to speak, but saw that Xiaoqiu no longer squatted on the ground and drew circles, but suddenly stood up and said arrogantly, Father Shi, I understand, is this the dormancy that the head Sect Shibua said? The corner of Lu Dongli's mouth twitched, and a bad premonition rose in her heart. What else did your uncle tell you? Xiaoqiu replied, Uncle Sect Master said, it doesn't matter if you are dormant, the important thing is to let the world understand a truth in the future. What's the reason? Lu Dongli had an even more ominous premonition in his heart. Xiaoqiu frowned slightly, her speech was obviously slurred due to the lack of front teeth, her voice was immature, but she imitated Lu Chaoge. She deliberately lowered her voice and said with a crooked mouth. The hidden dragon has fallen asleep, and a roar moves thousands of mountains. Hearing this, Lu Dongli immediately stretched out his right hand towards Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu tightly protected her forehead, thinking that she was going to suffer another head crash. Unexpectedly, Lu Dongli's jade hand gently stroked her little head. Xiaoqiu looked up blankly, only to see a kind smile on Lu Dongli's face. Xiaoqiu. You should accompany master to die on the mountain. She has already understood that Xiaoqiu has gradually turned into a song. With her temperament, the cultivation base is low, causing small troubles, and the cultivation base is high, causing big trouble. In short, there will be trouble. In Lu Dongli's view, it is the most basic thing to keep 100 million hands in everything. More importantly, it is necessary to take 100 million steps. Xiaoqiu is already 8 years old. What will she look like when she is 80 years old? Lu Dongli feels that she should prepare now. Just as Xiaoqiu's young mind was about to collapse, a streamer flashed over Momin Dan Qingfeng. Lu Dongli thought it was her brother who came back, and immediately got up with joy, but unfortunately she was a small pair of A, so with such a big movement, only her buttocks trembled slightly. Unexpectedly, when she checked her consciousness, she found that the person who came was not Lu Chaoga. Huh? It's from the Sword Sect. Lu Dongli was slightly surprised. The visitor stepped on the flying sword and wore a light blue long gown with a golden sword embroidered on the chest, symbolizing his identity as a true disciple of the Sword Sect. In Jianzhong, the ranks of the disciples are divided into 3 levels: outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. The clothes were embroidered with bronze swords, silver swords, and gold swords. I don't understand why there is a silver sword. The difference between outer disciples and inner disciples is easy to understand. The so-called true disciples are the disciples of elders, sect masters, and sword masters. Therefore, most of the true disciples are very talented, and their strength is definitely at the top of their peers. At the same time, they are also honorable. Although Yu Yu is said to be the sword attendant of Jianzuan, but Jianzhong's contemporary Jianzuan never accepts apprentices, and the swordsman is equivalent to half a disciple. Therefore, he is also among the true disciples. Moreover, because of the special status of sword master, he is also the flawless sword body that is rare in 1,000 years, which leads to Yu's status among the true disciples. It stands to reason that Momin puts aside the relationship of Ning, and then removes Yu, a swing member who does not know whether he is a fan or a black fan, and has almost no contact with the people in Jianzhong. No way, Momin is only the bottom of the 300 subordinate sects of Jianzhong, and belongs to the real bottom sections. Not to mention the Momin at the bottom of Xiaobeimen, many of the sects at the back of Zongbeimen do not have much contact with members of the Sword Sect. However, hundreds of doors will be much closer, and the exchanges will be more frequent. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Things cluster together, people and groups. The same is true in the practice world. People who are not from the same world often do not get together. Therefore, even though the other party was a member of the Sword Sect, Lu Dongli felt that he still had to be cautious. The strength of her consciousness is far superior to the practitioners of the same realm. At this moment, a little exploration will probably understand the cultivation of the other party. On the surface, it is the second realm of great perfection, she muttered to herself. For the time being, let's consider him the early stage of the third realm. No. It's the middle stage. There is still the strength to fight. Lu Dongli made a rough estimate, and then decisively hit his cultivation to the early stage of the second realm. At the same time, she felt that it was necessary to verify the identity of This person outside the sect. She couldn't say that he was wearing the uniform of the sword sect, so she was considered a member of the sword sect, right? But what Lu Dongli didn't expect was that this disciple of the sword sect who came from afar, actually stepped on the flying sword and stopped in the air in front of Danqing Peak. He doesn't come in. This young man has a star-shaped eyebrow and a high nose bridge. He is a little handsome, but he is not very tall, and he is similar to Lu Dongli, who has slender legs. He put his hands behind his back, and then lightly tapped his toes, and the flying sword that was stepping on his feet immediately made a loud sword cry. Bass. The sound of sword cries spread directly throughout the Momin. From the beginning to the end, he didn't open his mouth, he just stood on the flying sword with his head held high, and he didn't take the initiative to enter the mountain. That gesture, that Jianming, seemed to say, "The true inheritance of Sword Sect is here, why don't you meet me quickly?" Lu Dongli looked at him, and a word came out of his heart. This Sword Sect true inheritance is a bit like a big brother. Chapter 37. 37. Have you lost your studies? If Lu Dongli was a female disciple of a common practice, she might be fascinated by the stars when she saw this posture of the true inheritance of the Sword Sect. But Lu Dongli is the arrogant daughter of the sky after all, and the other party's anger is obviously less than 1/10 of his brother's. Get used to it. Father Shi, who is this person in the sky? Xiaoqiu frowned and raised her head, her little face showing an unhappy emotion. She felt that this person was a little arrogant. Strangely, she never felt that the leader was arrogant, but this person in front of her, she felt very demanding. Humph, he doesn't look as good as Uncle Shi, and he imitates Uncle Shi. Xiao Qiu said in his heart. Lu Dongli smiled and glanced at her apprentice. Although she thought so in her heart, she still explained, "It's from the Sword Sect." Xiaoqiu widened his eyes and said, "Ah? Is that the Sword Sect that Father Shi and Uncle Shi often mentioned?" "Yeah." Lu Dongli nodded. At this moment, Lu Chaoga, the head of the Momin, was not in the mountains. When Jian Zongzhen came here, it was obvious that something had happened. Then, she, the only elder of the Momin, was required to come forward to receive her. Lu Dongli was about to take out a light boat, but soon stopped. She saw another streamer in the sky. "It seems that I don't have to deal with it." She smiled slightly. Above the Momin, Chen Xiao stepped on the flying sword, wearing a uniform that symbolized his identity as a true disciple of the Sword Sect, standing against the wind and feeling good about himself. The identity of the true disciple of Jianzong has always been his pride, and it is what he is most proud of. In the profound sky realm, Jianzong is one of the 4 major sects, and to be a true disciple of Jianzong is to stand at the top of the younger generation. Of course, the most important point is he ranks at the bottom of this generation of Sword Sect true biography. To put it bluntly, even the existence of the bottom. In fact, this is indeed the case. Those who are really at the top of the pyramid may have a calmer and more approachable mentality, while Chen Xiao, who is at the bottom of the real estate ranks, by luck, prefers to show off his identity outside. In life, such examples abound. When Yu Yu walked down the mountain, she never wore the uniform of a true disciple of Jianzong. He felt that this would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Although he is recognized as the most talented, he only wears an ordinary long gown on weekdays, and rarely wears the uniform of a true disciple in the sect. Unless there is any sect activity that needs to be involved. Standing on the flying sword, Chen Xiao looked at the beautiful Momin Danqing Peak, frowning slightly. He has just made a sound of sword cries. He is very sure that the sound of sword cries has spread throughout the entire Danqing Peak, but why haven't They come out to greet them? It's been dozens of breaths of time. How dare you neglect the true inheritance of sword sect like this? Chen Xiao was displeased. Not to mention the existence of Mo Min, who is at the bottom of the Xiaobeiman. With his dignity, even if he goes to the Zongbeiman, the head of the family must come out to greet him in person. In any world, class will always exist. As time passed by, Qin Zhao's complexion became a little gloomy. This little Mo Min is so rude. He came to Mo Min for 3 reasons. First of all, on behalf of Jianzong, he came to distribute benefits to subordinate sects like Mo Min. It can also be understood as a dividend every 10 years. There will be spirit stones that are equivalent to circulating currency, some spirit medicines that are helpful for practice, and refining materials. As the Xiaobeiman, the resources that Mo Min can get are not too many, but they are worth looking forward to. Secondly, he has a task at hand, and distributing resources is just a matter of chance, mainly to complete the task given to him by the sect. He wants to ask Mo Min to see if there are any clues. In the end, it was because of his idol Yu Yu. Yes, Yu Yu is Qin Zhao's idol and the most admired senior brother among his peers. In his heart, senior brother Yu Yu is personable, humble and courteous, but his talent is a flawless sword body that is rare in 1,000 years, and he is also a dignified swordsman sword attendant. I'm Qin Xiao, only senior brother Yu Yu is following his lead. Most importantly, he always felt that among the true disciples of this generation, senior brother Yu Yu treated him differently from others. Don't look at Yu Yu's treatment of people and kindness, but the brothers and sisters feel that they can't enter Yu Yu's heart. But Qin Xiao felt that he was different. He was the bottom of the true disciples, but senior brother Yu Yu actually approached him several times. He may never have dreamed that it was Yu Yu who vaguely saw the shadow of someone in him. Even this faint shadow made Yu Yu couldn't help but approach. I can't control myself. But after the real contact, Yu Yu was disappointed. This Qin Xiao can only get his shape, but not his meaning. At first glance, it seems that the temperament of senior brother Chaoge is somewhat similar, but after getting along for a few days, you can find that it is actually far from it. Yu Yu was deeply disappointed by this. But he also knew in his heart that people like senior brother Chaoge might be unique. With this kind of mentality, it is obviously unrealistic to want to find Lu Chaoge number 2. Ashamed. Therefore, although he was disappointed, his attitude towards Qin Xiao was indeed very friendly. As I said earlier, in Yu Yu's early years, he often spread the mysterious senior brother threat theory in the door. The biggest competitor in life. But later, Yu Yu kept silent about it, and even when others asked, there was still a trace of anger. After a long time, everyone gradually forgot about this mysterious senior brother. However, for some unknown reason, after Yu Yu went down the second mountain with Elder Ninging a few days ago, not only did his sword intent take shape, but the mysterious senior brother, who never appeared in his mouth again, frequently visited the sword sect. Brush the sense of presence. Mysterious brother threat theory is back. Moreover, looking at Yu Yu's appearance as if he was facing a great enemy. Looking at his hardworking appearance, it is definitely not a fake. He's under a lot of pressure. How could Qin Xiao never imagine that there are still people in this world who can bring pressure to wuxia sword body? Well, there is only one answer. The opponent is also flawless sword body. Yes, only the flawless sword body can defeat the flawless sword body. Anyway, Qin Xiao thought so. Since the relationship with Yu Yu is not bad, he regards Yu Yu as a close friend, and Yu Yu treats him as half a friend. Therefore, under his hard questioning, Yu Yu revealed a small amount of real information about the Mysterious senior brother. He told Chen Xiao that the sect of this mysterious senior brother was located in the Qinglongquan area in the south of Qingzhou. The Qinglongquan area is very large, and it can be regarded as a large area. In Qingzhou, Momin can only be regarded as a drop in the ocean here. In this area, there are 9 doors alone in the hundreds of doors. Chen Xiao thought that after completing the task, he would visit these 9 doors one by one. Chen Xiao, must dig out the true identity of the mysterious senior brother, he said in his heart. He didn't want to expose this mysterious senior brother, he just wanted to share a secret with senior brother Yu. After another 10 breaths passed, Chen Xiao was completely impatient, and he even had the idea of asking Momin Xingshi to ask his guilt. And at this moment, a stream of light passed by him. The next moment, a man and a woman appeared in front of him. On a light boat, Luo Bing turned back curiously and glanced at Chen Xiao, who was stepping on the flying sword. It was this sight that made Chen Xiao's heart beat faster. There is such a woman in this world, like an iceberg and snow lotus, he said in his heart. If it was on Earth, he might just yell, damn it. It's so fucking pure. He even felt that Luo Bing's eyes were like a deer in the forest, like a deer. It's obviously pitiful, but it's very seductive. This appearance, even in the sword sect where beauty frequently appears, is top-notch. And this temperament, Chen Xiao was the first to see it. Looks like someone from the Momin? Chen Xiao guessed. This time, it didn't come in vain. And on a light boat, there was another man. He stood at the head of the boat with his back to Chen Xiao and his hands behind him. It's just a back view, but there is a sense of loneliness that blows in the face. Especially this light boat is matched with the surrounding sea of clouds, and with his cyan robe and black hair blown by the wind, the picture is full of sense. Chen Xiao immediately began to make up his mind, what would he look like if he did this action? Just thinking about it made him shudder. Learned. Although I thought in my heart that I would do this in the future, the feeling of being overwhelmed by others, Chen Xiao, my true disciple of Sword Sect, really couldn't stand it. What's more, that deer-like girl is looking at herself. Chen Xiao stepped on the flying sword, raised his chest very hard, and then a little bit of Versailles, he said, the true disciple of the next Sword Sect. The disciple of the second elder of the Sword Sect, the second realm, great perfection practitioner, Chen Xiao. I saw the other party nodded slightly, and then turned his back to him, still standing with his hands behind his back, and continued to fly towards Dan Qingfeng of Momin, ignoring him directly. The most amazing thing is that as he moves forward, the surrounding clouds and mists are also fluttering forward. In the cold wind, Chen Xiao raised his eyebrows sharply. Since the deer-like woman was also on a light boat, he forced his patience and said, I dare to ask who your excellency is. Clouds and mists began to surround Chen Xiao, fascinating his eyes. It was not until the cloud and mist faded that he saw the back of the stopped figure through the mist. Very hazy, but also very artistic. A voice seemed to come from above the 9 heavens, and then went away from all directions. In the head of Shangmomen, Lu Chaoga. Chapter 38. 38. Don't try to speculate on this seat. Call. There was a cool breeze blowing over the Momin. Chen Xiao raised his eyebrows when he heard the sound that swept in from out of nowhere, and his eyes stared like copper bells. He began to wonder if he had any hallucinations. Up? The head of a little Momin, the head of the next 100, actually claimed to be above in front of the dignified disciples of the Sword Sect? Chen Zhao's expression changed. This is the first time he has encountered such a thing. This is to throw his pride on the ground and crush it. How can there be a reason for you to answer above after I humble myself to be below? Obviously, the other party did not take his true identity in his eyes. Outside the bamboo house, Lu Dongli, who had been investigating the situation with her divine sense, couldn't help but raise her hand to rest her forehead. The situation turned out as she expected. It started, my brother has started again, she said in her heart. It's just because she has a very bad impression of this sword sect disciple. So seeing her brother like this again, she is very excited. Her upturned buttocks rubbed against the bamboo chair, sitting upright, ready to watch a good show. On a light boat, Luo Bing had long stopped looking at Qin Shao, her eyes were full of Lu Chaoga, and she was staring at Lu Chaoga's lonely back. Qin Shao was angry in his heart, but for some reason, looking at this back, for big words still popped up in his heart, turn your back to all beings. The kind of yearning in my heart spontaneously arises. Of course, yearning for returning to yearning, the shame and anger still exists, which can't be suppressed no matter what. I want to learn from him, but hate him. The two are actually not contradictory. Qin Shao stepped on the flying sword, and his toes lightly tapped again, and the sound of a sword chirping resounded around him, which was the same as before. On a light boat, Lu Chaoga frowned slightly. As early as before he flew to the front of the mountain gate, he heard this loud sword cry from far away. I don't like it, Lu Chaoga said in his heart. After making this slightly provocative sword cry, Qin Shao said loudly, I came here under the order of the sect. Is this the way of hospitality of the Momin? Master Lu, is it a little rude? Qin Shao snorted coldly. Lu Chaoga put his hands behind his back, turned his back to Qin Shao, and said lightly, what do you call me? Qin Shao frowned and replied, Master Lu. Just listen to Lu Chaoga and ask again, then what is your identity? I am the true disciple of Sword Sect. Qin Shao once again emphasized his proudest identity. True disciples are just disciples. Lu Chaoga said neither light nor serious. This disciple, are you teaching me how to do things? Lu Chaoga stood with his hands behind his back, his color getting darker. According to Jianzong's sect rules and the relationship with his subordinate sects, the head of a sect like Lu Chaoga, on the bright side, is at the same level as the elders of Jianzong. In fact, most of the heads of the hundreds of sects are also high-level practitioners, and many of them are great practitioners. They are also equal to the elders of Jianzong. Of course, from the actual situation, the elders of the Sword Sect are distinguished. In fact, only those who are at the top of the hundreds of sects, the sect master, can be on an equal footing. Not to mention the Zongbeiman and Xiaobeiman. The rules are only written for people to see. In the new era of self cultivation, I dare not say that everyone is equal. As for the reality, let alone the elders of Jianzong, elder disciples like Qin Shao walked down the mountain, and most of the heads of Zongbeiman and Xiaobeiman also welcomed him. After all, he is a true disciple, which is equivalent to the future high ranking of Jianzong. Whether the proud sons of these days can really inherit the position of elders in the end is another matter. But in most cases, it is not difficult to get into the position of a deacon. As for the deacon of Sword Sect, the power and resources are actually terrifying. What's more, many of these true disciples can cultivate to the fifth realm and establish a good relationship with them, which is equivalent to being covered by great practitioners. Qin Shao came to Momin from Jianzong all the way, and also visited many Zongbeiman and Xiaobeiman, and the treatment was very beautiful. See you again for someone as ignorant as Momin. Take the chicken feather as the arrow. Qin Shao suddenly said this sentence in his heart. Of course, this sentence cannot be said. He has not yet had the courage to challenge the majesty of the door rules openly. Chen Xiao can speak rudely, and his attitude can be very arrogant, but he must not say it, saying that the status of the true disciple is higher than that of your head. Once these words are spoken, wait for the door rules to serve them. After all, it doesn't matter whether it is hundreds of gates, or hundreds of lower gates, everyone is a subordinate sect of Jianzong, and they all want to strive for the greatest status and respect. Although everyone is in a competitive relationship on weekdays, once someone makes this mockery, then he will face the pressure exerted by the entire 300 subordinate sects. As for other aspects, as long as you don't overdo it, it doesn't matter. A weak country has no diplomacy, and a weak clan has no human rights. What's more, if you don't live up to your expectations, don't expect others to respect you. It's just that Lu Chaoga's "this seat" sounded even harsher in his ears than the "I'm above." This means that everyone is not of the same class at all. How dare he? Chen Xiao said in his heart. Chen Xiao released his consciousness and took the initiative to investigate the cultivation of the head of the Momin who had his back turned to him. Soon, he found out the realm of Lu Chaoga. The 5th level of the 1st realm? Chen Xiao was stunned. This is the first time in his life that he has seen the head of this realm. He came all the way from Jianzhong, and he has come all the way, and he has never seen such a low cultivation base, and he has directly refreshed his 3 views. That's it? Can this be the leader? If the head of the sect is only in the 1st realm, how can the other members of the sect be stronger? My sword sect's subordinate sect, should you read www.sonicmtl.com be re-screened? Chen Xiao had such a thought in his heart. The flying sword under his feet moved forward slightly, and the tip of the sword was lifted slightly, and he said, the disciple just now uses his spiritual sense to see that the cultivation of the head of the road is the 1st realm of the 5th heaven? He deliberately accentuated the tone and voice of the word disciple. At this time, the more he belittles his identity, the more embarrassing Lu Chaoga will be. Chen Xiao said with a smile on his face. When Lu Chaoga heard the words, he was not annoyed. For such low-level talkers, he usually ignores them. It's just that as the head of Momin, he represents the face of the entire Momin, and he needs to do something. I saw that he still turned his back to Chen Xiao, smiled crookedly, and said, "Oh? Is that so?" After he finished speaking, he opened the system interface, turned off the character upgrade effects, and then silently chose upgrade. As soon as the words fell, Chen Xiao was about to continue to speak rudely. But the whole person suddenly froze. Because Lu Chaoga's breath changed immediately after he finished speaking. The 1st realm. 6th heaven. Chen Xiao couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga sneered, "Oh." Then, he silently selected upgrade. His breath changed again. 1st realm 7th layer. Chen Xiao was stunned. He hides his cultivation, absolutely hides his cultivation. This Lu Chaoga said a word casually, and his breath would rise to the next level. And no matter how much he revealed his consciousness, he couldn't see through his disguise, and couldn't know his true state. I can't see through him. Chapter 39. 39. Fragile Relationship. In the game Tiangshuanji, you can choose to turn on or turn off the upgrade effects by spending experience points to upgrade the character's level. As soon as the special effect is turned off, the aura fluctuations generated when you break through will be automatically hidden. Of course, some players have tried it, and if there is a big gap between the level of the NPC and the NPC can still detect the signs of breaking the boundary. However, it is obvious that Chen Xiao, whose strength is only in the second realm of great perfection, cannot perceive this. Not to mention him, even Lu Dongli, who was acting as a melon eater in Momin, was a little confused. Brother is hiding your cultivation? Or is it just like when the glass of water broke the 5 realms before, he said a word casually, and then broke another small realm? Whether it was the former or the latter, Lu Dongli couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Brother is getting more and more powerful. Sitting at the stone table, holding her cheek with one hand, she looked at the tall and straight figure in the sky, her eyes slightly blurred. She has admired Lu Chaoga since she was a child, and feels that her brother knows everything and looks good. At that time, Lu Chaoga still had the label of heaven's favorite son. He practiced very fast in the first realm, and Lu Dongli regarded him as an example. And now Lu Chaoga seems to be even more terrifying than back then. Sure enough, there is no one in this world that can compare to my brother. Lu Dongli held her cheek with one hand, with a smile on her face. This girl did not feel that there was anything wrong with her idea. Above the Momin, Lu Chaoga turned his back to Qin Shao and looked up at the sky. The name Qin Shao had also been heard in his last life. World protagonist, you use little follower. He recalled the label on Qin Shao in his heart. This person's strength is at the bottom of Jianzong Xinchuan. Due to his personality, his reputation among players is polarized. There is a class of people who think you are so cute, I really like it. Another type of people think that your strength is the same, that you are just above average, and you are not tall enough to take your ass. After all, it is because he is not handsome enough and not strong enough. Of course, it's not enough. It has not achieved the ultimate in all aspects, and naturally its popularity among players is not particularly high. However, perhaps it is because his character is a small sidekick next to the protagonist, which leads to some special attributes in him. He can always encounter problems. It's fine when things go wrong, and he usually doesn't settle. Then, Yu, the protagonist of the world, is needed to make his debut. And these seemingly messy things can always point directly to the main plot in the end, making the main plot effectively promoted. Qin Shao, an old tool man. As Yu's younger brother, he was obviously not qualified to be arrogant in front of Lu Chaoga. Don't look at Lu Chaoga's previous character level is only 15, which is far from Qin Shao. But if all the experience points he saved were used to upgrade, it would be very easy to bully Qin Shao. However, it's not worth it. Do you think that the essence of Tiangxuanji is a game of fighting monsters and upgrading to do plot tasks? Do not. In Lu Chaoga's eyes, this is a financial management game. It doesn't matter if you upgrade slowly in the early stage, invest your experience points in projects worthy of investment such as Sword Intent, and the later stage, the greater the return. If it wasn't for pretending, if it wasn't for conquering this tool man who might be useful in the future, Lu Chaoga would not even be reluctant to advance to these 2 levels. Qin Zhao's eyes were wide open at this moment, and his face was unbelievable. At the same time, I only felt a burning pain in my cheeks. Shame on you. He glanced at Luo Bing and saw that Luo Bing was also looking at him curiously. At this time, looking at each other, Qin Shao only felt that he had to find a crack to get in. He now has the specific strength of Lu Chaoga. There are no more concepts. He only knew that the other party was stronger than himself. And probably much stronger. The most important thing is that the other party is not a few years older than me, and belongs to the same generation of cultivators. It stands to reason that in the world of practice, one cannot tell his age just by looking at his appearance. Some female practitioners are beautiful and slender, and they are actually girls who are 16 years and over 1,000 months old. But Chen Xiao was ordered to come to Momin to distribute resources and benefits. Before coming, he also casually glanced at the basic information of Momin. He knew that the new head of Momin was very young. I didn't expect that there are such cultivation geniuses in the mere 100 doors. Chen Xiao thought in his heart. Lu Chaoga stopped delaying time with Chen Xiao. He controlled a light boat, flew forward slowly, and said lightly, "Follow up." Although the tone was light, it was like an order. Lu Chaoga had probably guessed that they were here to send money, and the money hadn't been received yet. Chen Xiao stepped on the flying sword and froze in place. After hesitating again and again, he gritted his teeth and angrily followed. His flying sword was floating in the air, and his eyes were fixed on Lu Chaoga's slightly lonely back. After watching for a while, he suddenly trembled like an electric shock. "One leaf light boat, he muttered to himself. Only then did he realize something was wrong. He had been pretending to be coercive before, but he didn't take a closer look at Lu Chaoga's flying magic weapon. You must know that Ning Ying is an elder of the sword sect, with a high level of cultivation, plump and beautiful, and is naturally very popular in the sword sect. And a light boat is her exclusive flying magic weapon. Although Yi Qingzhou, the head of the Momin in front of him, is a little different from Uncle Ning Ying's, many things are still the same. Is it imitation? Chen Xiao thought in his heart. Yes, in the profound sky realm, there are also high imitations and pirated copies. If it's imitation, then it's okay to say, in case it's true. Chen Xiao couldn't help but remember that the last time Brother Yu went down the mountain, he was with Uncle Ning Ying. No. Chen Xiao no longer thinks about the issue of face, and no longer thinks about whether his face hurts or not. The biggest purpose of his going down the mountain this time is to find the mysterious senior brother, and then share a secret with senior brother Yu. I must find out. Chen Xiao took a deep breath and started to follow quickly. On the other side, he too, the head of Jenkin Gate, and Lin Long, head of Qiushui Gate, are about to go bald. They decided to cut the meat, yes, but after discussing for a long time, they did not discuss how much to cut. Oh, it hurts. Lin Long's careful thoughts. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com is more than he Tuesday. Since Kishwaman is all female disciples, there is not a single male in the entire sect. And Lu Chaoga was a young male practitioner, and she felt that she still had room to turn around in Kishwaman. In her opinion, there is no man in this world that one body can't handle, if not, then two. In the entire Kishwaman, only Shin Qingqing has seen Lu Chaoga's true face at present, so I really want to volunteer. Such a daunting task, let me, the big sister, undertake it alone. Originally, he too and Lin Long had already prepared and planned to go to Momin to visit Lu Chaoga with their full sincerity. But just half an hour ago, Lin Long received a Feijian biography from someone. The content inside was to tell her that Chen Xiao, the true disciple of Jianzong, was ordered by the sect to come to this area to deal with some matters, and by the way, bring the resource benefits issued once every 10 years to their 3 subordinate sections. This best friend of Lin Long is the great elder of a certain Zongbeiman in the Qinglongquan area. Chen Xiao just went to visit this sect yesterday. He too and Lin Long looked at each other, and thoughts came to their minds at the same time. He too, the big opportunity is here. Lin Long, the big opportunity is here. It is necessary to please Lu Chaoga, but Chen Xiao, the true disciple of Sword Sect, undoubtedly has priority. Getting on the line of Chen Xiao is equivalent to getting on the line of the second elder of Jianzong. Woohoo, take off. The fragile alliance between the two has created a rift in this way. Look. Be sure to find where Qin Xiao is. Then. The first strike is stronger. Chapter 40. 40, where is he? Momin, Dan Qingfeng. Lu Chaoga's light boat descended on the top of the peak, and Lu Dongli brought Xiaqiu to greet him. Congratulations to my brother returning to the sect. Lu Dongli smiled lightly, bent over to salute, and gave his brother enough face. Congratulations to the head of the sect, the uncle returning to the sect. Xiaqiu followed suit, but this wasteless child also lost a front tooth, a little less cute, and a little more funny. Qin Xiao landed behind Lu Chaoga, and after looking at Lu Dongli, he was slightly taken aback. Lu Dongli was wearing a long cyan dress of the same color as Lu Chaoga. The belt at the waist was like the dividing line between her upper body and her hips, revealing her perfectly proportioned, slender legs. She has a slender waist and is a perfect little waist, but only Lu Chaoga has seen the attractive waist pit hidden in that skirt. Lu Dongli's facial features are exquisite, but her temperament is restrained. And she has the feeling of being a lady, and Luo Bing's pure and fresh appearance belong to two styles. There are actually two beautiful female monks in this little Momin? Chen Xiao was stunned. He suddenly felt that being a disciple of Momin seemed to be quite happy. At this point, he shook his head violently, scolding himself in his heart. My sword sect is number one in the world, why do I envy a little Momin? And what shocked Qin Xiao the most was Lu Dongli's cultivation. The second realm, the 9 heavens, is about to be consummated. Qin Xiao was secretly shocked. He knew that Lu Chaoga was not very old. Since this beautiful girl called him her elder brother, she must be younger. At this age, it is not easy to have such a cultivation base. If this talent is placed in Jianzhong, can you also become a true disciple? Taking advantage of Qin Zhao's inattention, Lu Dongli stood on tiptoe slightly and winked at her brother. Lu Chaoga understood and nodded slightly. He knew that it was not easy to hide the realm only to the second realm. Zhuzangshan, with Xia Lizi's temperament of hiding everything in his hands. She didn't have any purpose, she was simply lining up for her brother. This little Momin is really hiding a dragon and a crouching tiger. Qin Xiao sighed. Instead, he is not as impetuous as he used to be. Skill is not as good as others, willing to bow down. What's more, what he wants to do most now is to find out the truth. Go to the main hall. Lu Chaoga said lightly, and then walked forward first. Lu Dongli glanced at Qin Xiao and made a gesture of invitation, neither humble nor arrogant. My Momin is a sect that observes the rituals. I have always been polite and fresh, not because I haven't received the money yet. Qin Xiao nodded slightly, and after adjusting his mentality, he followed into the Momin Hall. He looked around and found that the main hall of Momin was even grander than the few zongbeimen he had been to. Since he didn't take Momin seriously at first, when he checked the basic information of Momin, he just glanced at it casually and did not have a deep understanding of Momin. Qin Xiao didn't know that the ancestors of Momin had also been rich, and the great cultivators who had gone out of the fifth realm at their peak had also made great contributions to Jianzhong. Although the descendants did not live up to their expectations, this hall was never sold. After Lu Chaoga entered the hall, he took his seat directly in the main seat. Lu Dongli sat in the second seat, and Qin Xiao sat in the second seat opposite Lu Dongli. Luo Bing began to make spirit tea for everyone in turn. When she poured tea for Lu Chaoga, she leaned very close and had an intimate attitude. Lu Chaoga once again smelled the delicate fragrance of melons unique to the girl who was closely knitted together. And when she poured tea to Qin Xiao, she stood farther away. She knew very well that men also like to be treated differently. After adjusting his mentality, Chen Xiao lost a lot of pressure and began to speak well. After clarifying his purpose, he took out another storage ring. From his storage ring. In this storage ring, there are spirit stones and spirit medicines. There are smelter materials. What Lu Chaoga was most greedy for was some of the refining materials inside. After he got the crafting skill book from the kind-hearted Aunt Ning, he hadn't learned it yet. After all, the Sect treasure house is empty, and there are no extra resources. It is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice, and without the refining materials, he learned the skills in vain. After Chen Xiao took out the storage ring, Lu Chaoga lifted his right hand lightly, and a faint mist formed out of thin air, then wrapped the storage ring and held it to float towards him. Seeing his methods, Chen Xiao was stunned again. The power of heaven and earth? He felt that his sense of consciousness would not go wrong. He actually enlightened the spirit. He didn't know that Momen was a double enlightenment. The Lu brothers and sisters were enlightened by the power of heaven and earth when they broke through the first realm. For Lu Dongli, hiding only so much of his cultivation is the limit, and the rest will not be revealed if he can. Although Chen Xiao is the true heir of Sword Sect, but with his talent, he has not won the favor of the power of heaven and earth, and he has never enlightened. To be precise, even if it is as strong as the Sword Sect and is one of the 4 major sects of Tianqian, the disciples who have been enlightened in the sect are very few and very few. Chen Xiao felt that the possibility that this Lu Chaoga was the mysterious senior brother was another 10%. The storage ring wrapped in mist quickly fell into Lu Chaoga's palm. He used his spiritual sense to probe it carefully, and shouted in his heart, "Get rich, get rich." Then, he casually put the storage ring into the ink ring. After receiving the money, Lu Chaoga was in a good mood, and Yu reading. www.sonicdal.com's attitude towards Chen Xiao also eased a bit. This disciple, you told me earlier that you are still carrying the task assigned by the teacher? Lu Chaoga said lightly. Momen is both a subordinate sect of Jianzong, with benefits and obligations. If Chen Xiao needs the cooperation of Momen, if it is within the scope of his ability, Momen is duty-bound. Chen Xiao nodded and said only 4 words, "The demon cultivator crosses the border." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere in the entire hall. The atmosphere instantly became dignified. Chen Xiao thought to himself, the horror of demon cultivators is known to everyone, and it is normal. Or because of the lack of information on this item, I didn't know that Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli's parents died while fighting against the demon cultivator. This world is like this. For you, what you lose is the pillar of the family. The mother who is tender to the bones, but for the huge Tianqian realm, the couple severely injured the demon cultivator, guarded the surrounding, and finally gave their lives. It's just a small piece of news. When everyone hears it, they will sigh, it is worthy of being a swordsman of my generation, but as time goes by, even the names of these 2 people will gradually be forgotten. This is a very normal thing, although it is sad, but between heaven and earth, people are inherently small. However, the world can forget them, not their children. Next, what happened in the hall made Chen Xiao feel unexpected. I saw Lu Chaoga wave his big hand, show his sleeves, and a long sword with a dark body appeared out of nowhere, and then he slapped it hard and slapped it on the table. His eyebrows were slightly raised, his eyes were cold and stern, his big hand was pressing the scabbard of the sword of life, not too late, and he only said 2 words indifferently. Where? Chapter 41. 41, Demon Cultivator Transit. In the Momin Hall, Qin Shao glanced at the Sword of Life, not too late, that Lu Chaoge pressed on the table. Although the sword is not sheathed, he can still see with his eyesight that the sword embryo of this sword should be top-notch, but he doesn't know how well it has been raised by him. Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators would feel panic when they heard the words demon cultivator crossing the border. No way, the power of the demon cultivator is obvious to all. The so-called demon cultivator does not mean that a demon becomes a spirit. In the profound sky realm, monsters become spirits, and everyone generally calls them monsters. Cultivators are the self-proclaimed names of humans, and monsters are not popular, so they don't like names like monster practitioners. In the profound sky realm, the status of the demon clan is actually quite high. Unlike many ancient myths and legends in China, the group of monsters practiced hard, absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, spent hundreds or even thousands of years, and then become the mount of the gods. It would be a bit pitiful to say that the end of the practice is to be ridden by others. In the ancient days of the profound sky realm, the practitioners of the human race were actually not as prosperous as the demon clan, and they were not as prosperous as they are now. At that time it was still the era when the demon clan controlled the world. It was only after the rise of the human race that with the passage of time, there was the current situation. And the demon cultivator in Qin Zhao's mouth is also known as the evil cultivator. The scary thing about this type of people is that they have the blood of alien beasts in their bodies and can control alien beasts. Alien beasts and monsters are two different existences. The former is not high in intelligence, and is extremely bloodthirsty, keen on killing. They rely on swallowing to enhance their strength. Whether it's eating people or eating demons, as long as the strength of the thing swallowed is stronger, the greater the benefits to them. Like the long black snake that Lu Chaoge killed in the flamed forest, it was a strange beast. As for the so-called demon cultivators, since the bloodlines of the alien beasts were integrated, the bloodthirsty was also integrated into their bones. What's more, they, like alien beasts, need to rely on swallowing to improve their strength. Don't say it's eating demons, it's normal for people to eat people. In addition, demon cultivators can control alien beasts, and alien beasts also need to be swallowed to replenish themselves. Therefore, wherever they go, they will inevitably lead to ghosts. The real practitioners and monsters all rely on themselves to practice in a down-to-earth way. There is no such thing as swallowing a person's golden core, swallowing a person's yuaning, and then boosting his own cultivation. But demon cultivators are different from alien beasts, they can really become stronger by eating. According to the consensus of the profound sky realm, in most cases, demon cultivators are invincible beings of the same rank. Of course, only in most cases. After all, among human practitioners, there are occasionally some geniuses who can leapfrog and abuse others. Just imagine, the demon cultivator is bloodthirsty and cruel, and his body is filled with the terrifying power of alien beasts. In addition, he can also control a certain number of alien beasts. Can the combat power be terrifying? The most terrifying thing is not this. In the words of the players, Yao Shou's battery life is very strong. He can devour while beating. That is to say, in the process of fighting, he can return to blood and blue. And maybe he can even upgrade. Therefore, many sects have warned their disciples when they are teaching their disciples. When facing a demon cultivator of the same realm alone, don't think about anything, just run away. It's true that my generation of practitioners want to eradicate demon cultivators, but don't send it if you can. The more you send him, the stronger. The practice of delivering food is not recommended in the world of practice. This is no different from the behavior of giving heads in competitive games. Therefore, even if it is a wave of players, when facing the demon cultivator, they usually choose to play in a group. Chen Xiao originally thought that Mo Min would panic when he said the words demon cultivator crossing the border. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Chaoge would ask so bluntly, where? This made Chen Xiao involuntarily glance at him again. My sword cultivator, why fear a battle? That's what I want. Fake offenders love to rush, always feel that they can show off. Chen Xiao pretended to be a madman, but he just felt that Lu Chaoge's style was a bit to his taste. He coughed lightly, and felt that he still had to tell Mo Min the basic information of this demon cultivator, and said, Master Lu, according to the information obtained by Jianzong, this demon cultivator is in the second realm, and there are several exotic beasts. Follow along. Hearing this, Lu Chaoge frowned slightly. So weak, he said in his heart. Chen Xiao looked at Lu Chaoge's expression and wondered, why is he still a little disappointed? Yes, Lu Chaoge was indeed a little disappointed. Another reason for his sensitivity to demon cultivators is the death of his parents. This demon cultivator is not strong, and he doesn't know if he can get the information he wants. His fingertips lightly tapped, not too late, who had not been unsheathed for 9 years, and after a moment of indulgence, he opened his mouth and said, This disciple, if you need any help from this seat, feel free to ask. When Chen Xiao heard the words, he always felt that this was strange. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he still said, if you find traces of demon cultivators, Wang Lu Sect Master, can accompany me there. To tell the truth, Chen Xiao is confident in his own strength. This tool man has never been self-aware. He always feels that he can do everything independently. Then, after the gangster, Yu, the protagonist of the world, lends a helping hand and pretends to be coercive. In his opinion, although this demon cultivator is in the second realm, there are several alien beasts around him. However, he is a sword cultivator of the second realm great perfection. Although he still has a long way to go from comprehending the sword intent, as a true swordsman, Chen Xiao is stronger than most of the sword cultivators in the same realm, whether it is the cultivation technique or the sword move he learns. I'll do it, he concluded in his mind. The reason to ask Lu Chaoge's help is to find out his bottom line. Since he is now a little suspicious that the other party is the mysterious senior brother Yu said, then, just look at what he looks like when he makes a move. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if this matter has nothing to do with the mysterious senior brother, just when he first met Lu Chaoge, he was firmly pressed by him in every aspect, which made his heart itch, and he was very curious that this could not be seen through. How strong is the man? As soon as Chen Zhao's voice fell, Lu Chaoge's ear sounded a system prompt. Ding! You have triggered the quest, Demon Cultivator Transit, Yu reading. www.sonicmtl.com to receive it? Lu Chaoge glanced at the content of the quest casually, and chose to receive it without thinking. As I expected, the mission can still be triggered. This kind of monster cultivation task is the favorite of players. Although the task is slightly more difficult, it is difficult to complete it independently. But the reward is high. Not to mention the quest reward, just killing the demon cultivator and the alien beast will reward you with rich experience points. If you're lucky, you might even explode. Because the demon cultivator likes to kill, each and everyone is like a robber who kills and steals money, and is very fat. The task rewards given by the task system are often not less. Lu Chaoge glanced at it. After completing the task, he could get 50,000 experience points as a reward, as well as a special item reward, a yellow level magic weapon repair coupon. As the name implies, as long as it is a yellow level magic weapon, if it is damaged, no matter how serious the damage is, it can be restored with this repair coupon. A hole is broken, a seam is opened, and it can be mended. Make sure the new one is the same as no one has used it. And like Lu Chaoga's current character level is 17, if he wants to upgrade the character level, the experience value he needs to spend is only 18,000 points. This disciple, this seat agrees to your request. Lu Chaoga nodded. In fact, even if there is no task to lead, Lu Chaoga will actively participate in it. Momin has guarded this area for 36 generations, and this is his responsibility. People on the mountain are immortals. Then, when the sky falls, it is natural for the people on the mountain to bear it first. This place, I ink the door cover. If you want to be a disaster, first ask the sword in this seat's hand. Promise or not? Chapter 42. 42, that is another price. In this way, Chen Xiao shamelessly stayed at Momin. Early tomorrow morning, Lu Chaoga will go down the mountain with him to find this demon cultivator. Obviously, Chen Xiao should have some magic weapon or means to find the trace of the demon cultivator. Tool man, for leading the way. When playing games, there are often such NPCs who lead the way. After arriving at the location, click and be killed. However, Qin Zhao's life is tough, not a one-time tool person, and can be reused. Anyway, Lu Chaoga played Tiangshuanji for so long in his previous life, this guy has always been active by Yu Yu's side, always opening new plots by chance, and then getting seriously injured. Probably the zodiac sign is cockroach. Therefore, some sand sculpture players affectionately call him Xiaoqiang. When Qin Xiao went to the residence arranged by Momin, hiding led the way. Lu Chaoga did not let Luo Bing, who was serving tea and water, lead the way. Because he always felt that the way this guy looked at Luo Bing was not right. How can you raise your own cabbage, a tool pig like you can do it? After watching Qin Xiao walk away, Lu Dongli stood beside Lu Chaoga and asked, "Brother, I forgot to ask, how is the three-door gathering?" In the past, Lu Dongli would only call her brother Lu Chaoga when she was alone. Normally, she would call her brother. However, she regards Luo Bing as a villain, and if Luo Bing is present, it is a cousin, she is called brother. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga did not answer directly, but said to Luo Bing, "Luo Bing, tell your master to listen." Luo Bing nodded, and the little licking dog directly turned on the bragging mode. With her praise, Lu Chaoga only felt refreshed. The little licking dog's mouth should be used at this time. This mouth is superb. Hearing this, Lu Dongli thought about the development of the situation while marveling at his brother's magical use of the power of water. After deductions in her mind several times, she came to the conclusion that the problem is not big. Unless Jenkinman and Kishwaman are brains pumped, there should be no major incident. What's more, doesn't our family also stay in a true swordsman? I don't know why, but Qin Xiao seems to have a tool person label on his body, which makes people want to use it. Brother, go down the mountain tomorrow to get rid of demons, and I will follow. Lu Dongli said. Yao Xiao is terrifying, almost everyone knows it, and Qin Xiao doesn't seem to be very reliable. Lu Dongli said that he was a little worried. As you like. Lu Chaoga said it didn't matter. Anyway, with the temperament of her own sister, she followed the action and went to pressure the field. If he and Qin Xiao can't deal with it, Lu Dongli will definitely take action. But if they get it done, Lu Dongli will definitely continue to live by the side. Therefore, there is no risk of robbing monsters and robbing experience, but it can provide an extra layer of protection. In this regard, my sister is still very useful. It's great to have a sister. Lu Chaoge. Luo Bing listened to the conversation between the master and the head, and saluted and said sincerely, the disciple has not seen the demon cultivator yet, so please come together. No. Lu Dongli refused, without thinking. Evil, I think you just want to cling to your brother. Although she thought so in her heart, Lu Dongli had another layer of consideration, and said solemnly, Luo Bing, the demon cultivator is far more terrifying than you think. With your current cultivation level, not only can it not help you, but also likely to be a burden. Let's practice hard first. Lu Dongli put on the air of a master. She wasn't wrong in what she said, it was indeed the case. Although she felt that Luo Bing was a sinner, no matter what, she still cared about the safety of her disciples. Hearing this, Luo Bing nodded with difficulty. Out of the corner of her eyes, she glanced at Lu Chaoge, and only then did she realize that the son was no longer the son of a few years ago. For so many years, the son has been stuck in the first realm, causing Luo Bing to catch up. But now it's different, Lu Chaoge's breakthrough speed is too fast. This man is ridiculously fast. If she wanted to stand by Lu Chaoge's side all the time, she would have to practice harder and harder. If the gap in cultivation is getting bigger and bigger, then, in many cases, it may be as Master said. Not only will I not be able to help, but I will become a burden to the son. Luo Bing secretly made up his mind. She has always been like this, and everything is based on the needs of the son. She hopes that she is the one needed by the son. From a humble background, she didn't ask for much, that's all. It was getting dark, and Luo Bing dawdled out of Lu Chaoge's bamboo house. Just now, she also performed a high-end technique called Old Shoulder Slip to Lu Chaoge. As if inadvertently, the jacket slipped from the shoulders, and the shoulders were half exposed, revealing the fair and translucent skin, as well as the eye-catching sexy collarbone. She had mastered this skill flexibly when she was 8 years old, but she only showed it to Lu Chaoge alone. This kind of coat half-hanging is often more attractive than taking off the whole thing. Men like to explore unknown places. What's more, Luo Bing's pure temperament will create an illusion that she doesn't realize that she is very attractive at the moment, simple and irritating. This is the power of the tea master of pure desire. Lu Chaoge planned to meditate after the fresh and tender grass on the edge of the nest left the house. But at this moment, a faint wisp of blue smoke drifted into his house. Lu Chaoge raised his head and glanced at it, and immediately identified the source of Qing Yan, the solitary grave enshrined in it. If she had something to do with Lu Chaoge, smoke would rise from the grave and float to Lu Chaoge's side. The green smoke gathered beside him and condensed into a small meat claw. Because the green smoke was lighter and more blurry, Lu Chaoge couldn't tell whether it was a cat's claw or a claw, dog's paw, or fox's paw. In short, it is not human. The little meat claws condensed by Qing Yan waved at Lu Chaoge and motioned him to go to the grave. Dumbly, I don't feel very smart. Lu Chaoge got up and walked out, and soon came to the place where the retreat was enshrined. Tell me, what's the matter? Lu Chaoge said loudly, I said it ahead of time. Asking for blood in advance, this is not acceptable. Occasionally, she would ask for blood in advance, and Lu Chaoge would be completely hollowed out, and she would have no desires and no desires. I saw blue smoke coming out, and swayed left and right, as if shaking his head. Then, Qing Yan pointed to the direction where Chen Shao lived. Immediately afterwards, the blue smoke slashed horizontally and dissipated into the air. Kill him? Lu Chaoge whispered. Later, I remembered the person who worshipped the back of the ear, and asked again loudly, as if he was planning something out loud. Qin Yan swayed, indicating that he was not killing Chen Xiao. Lu Chaoge pondered for a moment and asked, "You mean demon cultivator?" Qin Yan nodded. "What do you need?" Lu Chaoge asked. Qin Yan pointed at Gui Lu Chaoge's chest. Lu Chaoge understood and asked, "A corpse?" Qin Yan nodded again. "Do you want it to be complete?" Lu Chaoge asked again. The blue smoke turned into a blurred human body, and then the head exploded, implying that the head may not be needed. Seeing this, Lu Chaoge had a troubled look on his face. "You also know that Yao Xiao is strong. Even if I face him, I have to do my best and not make any reservations. In this case, you ask me to only chop off his head. You have to pay more." Chapter 43. 43. There is no word for fear in my dictionary. Lu Chaoge smiled crookedly, and after saying the words, "need to add money," he was in a good mood. He didn't expect that a quest could be submitted twice, not only to earn rewards from the quest system, but also to come to this mysterious monster to worship here. The blue smoke filled the solitary grave. Listening to Lu Chaoge's words, it obviously stagnated in midair, and it stopped like this. "I said it before, and I don't know whether this worshipper has been lying in the coffin for a long time or because of other reasons. Anyway, his brain is not very bright." After a long time, she barely kept up with Lu Chaoge's brain circuit. The next moment, a jade slip was created out of thin air and suspended in front of Lu Chaoge. Just as Lu Chaoge wanted to raise his hand to get the jade slip stepped back a few feet, always keeping a distance from him. Although not very smart, but not particularly stupid, Lu Chaoge said in his heart. Obviously, what she meant was, hand in the corpse with one hand and hand over the jade slip with the other. Lu Chaoge threw a detection directly at the jade slip and soon got the basic information of the jade slip. Autumn cicada, swordsmanship. Blue level low grade. Lu Chaoge couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, there is an old man in the family, if there is a treasure. The jade slips thrown out casually by this person who had been sacrificed to death for several generations were all blue level. You must know that although the demon cultivator is terrible, the other party is not a demon cultivator with a high level of cultivation, and the current realm is only the second realm. The value of this swordsmanship is far higher than the life of this demon cultivator. In general, Zongbeiman, it is estimated that there are only a few sets of blue-level swordsmanship, and there are not many more. And like Jenkinman and Kishwaman, Xiaobeiman, which have no historical background, it would be good to have the swordsmanship of the Huang level. High grade. Like the gun repair character of Lu Chaoge's previous life, although there is still a small gap between the overall combat power and professional players. Among ordinary players, he is definitely the best. The skills he majored in at that time were only blue-level mid-rank. Marksmanship. The name is, Flood Dragon Enters the Sea. It sounds like the salty smell of the sea. The essence of this spear technique lies in 8 words, the spear shoots like a dragon, and the spear shoots water. Therefore, Lu Chaoge jokingly called it water gun. Looking at the swordsmanship floating in front of him, Lu Chaoge was moved. It's one thing to practice or not, this thing is worth the money. What's more, if a sect wants to develop, the practice library is very important. This is the foundation of a sect. I took over this job, Lu Chaoge said with a crooked mouth, looking particularly refreshing. This is indeed a price that is difficult to refuse. Hearing that Lu Chaoge agreed to his request, the jade slip disappeared out of thin air with a bayou, and was enshrined by the demon clan to take it back. He is now more and more curious about the identity of this monster. Because she looks so rich. Staring at her monster wool, I feel like I can smash it to the end of the day. Her position in Lu Chaoga's heart was infinitely close to the kind Aunt Ning. "By the way, what's the use of you wanting this demon cultivator's body?" asked Lu Chaoga, who was in a good mood. There was no more smoke coming out of the tomb. Lu Chaoga was sure that what she said just now was loud enough that she could hear it even if she was deaf. Therefore, she was just pretending to be deaf. Don't listen, bastard chanting." Since she refused to speak, it was useless for Lu Chaoga to ask questions. He turned around and waved at Gufan, then strode away from here and walked back to his bamboo house. The next day, the warm winter sun swayed on the earth. Lu Chaoga got up early and began to meditate and practice the drinking qi. The spiritual energy was drawn into water by him and turned into spiritual liquid. The cultivation process of drinking qi ju is very painful, but fortunately, Lu Chaoga is more pain tolerant and gradually got used to the pain. He has evolved from enduring pain to becoming accustomed to pain, but there is still a long way to go before he can enjoy pain at a higher level. When he opened his eyes, the mist gathered around him drifted away with the wind. My sister Lu Dongli was already waiting outside the house, and she had already changed her face. That beautiful and delicate face tends to be ordinary, except for the temperament that can't be hidden. The face has really become ordinary. It will be the winter solstice in a few days, and Xiaolizi's birthday is coming, Lu Chaoga said in his heart. As I said earlier, Lu Dongli was born on the winter solstice, and her mother loved to eat pears, so her father named her Lu Dongli. Lu Chaoga felt that he had to make some preparations. "Little pear, are you all ready?" Lu Chaoga got up and asked. Lu Dongli nodded. She had already brought all her 100 million point equipment and 100 million point cards in her storage magic weapon. The mountain is very dangerous, and the demon repair is even more dangerous. Having said that, Lu Chaoga recently discovered that Lu Dongli was already learning the formation technique. The mountain protection formation of Momin is called Shui Mo Dan Qing, which was left by the great cultivator of the ancestors. It's just that it's been too long, it's been in disrepair for a long time, and it hasn't been maintained much on weekdays, so it's basically unable to operate. Lu Dongli wanted to try to repair it so that she could feel more secure on the mountain. And it can be seen that Xiaolizi seems to be very talented in the formation. She feels to Lu Chaoga that all attributes are not top level, unlike Yu, who is born with Kendo aptitude 10. But it seems that every attribute has 9. As for repairing the formation, Lu Chaoga raised his hands and feet in approval. It's awesome to have a gifted sister. It's just that Momin is still a little poor, and repairing the formation requires a lot of materials. As the leader, he should think of ways to make money. If only the sand sculpture players had arrived, Lu Chaoga thought in his heart. Sand sculpture players are the best tool people and the best workers. And it's very deceiving. The key is to cheat. Now that he and Lu Dongli have joined up, it doesn't matter whether Qin Shao is ready to go down the mountain. Lu Chaoga directly activated his spiritual power, and his voice spread all over Danqing Peak, saying, "That disciple, come to meet at the mountain gate." Hearing the voice, Qin Zhao's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but muttered again, "I have a name, my name is Qin Shao, not a disciple." In fact, he himself hadn't realized that until now. The number of times he claimed to be the true disciple of Jianzong was far more than his own name. After the three met in the air, Lu Dongli rode on Lu Chaoga's light boat, while Qin Shao stepped on the flying sword and was alone. "I saw this sword Sect true inheritance take out a small metal stick from the storage ring." Yu reading www.sonicmtl. The comm stick is about 20 centimeters in diameter, 3 or 4 centimeters in diameter, and there is a drop of blood that has turned black at the top. This is a blood vessel, Chen Xiao introduced. This drop of blood is the blood of the demon cultivator, and the blood vessel can be tracked based on this drop of blood. This seat knows. Lu Chaoge, who didn't understand anything, just wanted to skip the opening screen before the task and urged, "You can start directly. Hurry up." Chen Xiao, who wanted to conduct popular science, twitched the corner of his mouth again, began to perfuse spiritual power, and turned the blood vessel far away. After a while, the blood vessel began to vibrate. It can't directly give the location, but as long as it is closer to the demon cultivator, its vibration frequency will be faster. Dude, this stuff can't be seen by someone who likes it. Chen Xiao began to explore the road ahead, and the Lu Chaoge brothers and sisters followed. The toolman couldn't help but look back, only to see Lu Chaoge's light boat flying a little higher than his flying sword. One on top and one on bottom. Chen Xiao held the blood vessel in his hand, and finally chose to endure. Along the way, the frequency of blood vessels sometimes decreased and sometimes increased. According to this prompt, everyone gradually locked the direction. Flaming forest? Lu Dongli frowned. In the depths of the flame forest, it is very likely that there are still alien beasts living. If the demon cultivator hides there, his combat power will be soared. She turned her head and glanced at Lu Chaoge, only to see Lu Chaoge's eyebrows raised. He was even more excited. Sure enough, my brother doesn't know what to fear, Lu Dongli said in his heart. There is no word for fear in his dictionary. P.S. In the new week, ask for recommended tickets and rewards to rush to the signing list. Chapter 44. 44. The Power of Water. As soon as Chen Xiao heard the words flaming forest, a bad premonition rose in his heart. He first glanced at Lu Dongli and saw her frowning, and immediately understood. That is expected, there might be other strange beasts in the forest of flames. Immediately afterwards, he crossed Lu Dongli and looked at Lu Chaoge. Why is he so excited? Chen Xiao was stunned. But for some reason, he also became excited. My sword cultivator should be fearless, he thought to himself. Had been infected with. The reason why Lu Chaoge is very excited is very simple, which means that he has the opportunity to gain higher experience points. Alien beasts are very valuable, and the system is especially generous when rewarding experience points. After all, considering the faction, the alien beasts and the demon cultivators are an ironclad evil lineup, and the hostile relationship is stable. Looking around, they are all red names. You know, with the urination of sand sculpture players, when you see a red name, you don't care if you can beat it or not, you always want to try it. The big deal is death. As for Lu Chaoge, he has a firm mind, solid as a rock, does not know what fear is, and is extremely confident, feeling that everything is under control and his opponents are within range. What are you panicking about? I'll cut it off first. Happy to be done. In fact, when Yi Qingzhou and Fei Jian both flew to the outer area of the flame forest, the vibration frequency of the blood vessel was much faster than before. The shock was almost unsteady, and it had to be tightened to be able to hold it. It's inside, Chen Xiao said solemnly. Lead the way ahead. Lu Xiaoge waved his hand and gave an order. The wasteland has been reclaimed, and this small map has not yet been cleared. Chen Xiao was regarded by him as a guide boy, and he should use it if he has attributes. Come on, lead the way. After a short time together, Chen Xiao actually got used to Lu Chaoge's style. The three of them landed at the periphery of the flame forest, where the Vegetation was lush and the grass was lush, and then they started to go deeper. Along the trail. Among the alien beasts in the flame forest, there may be the kind that can fly. If you walk directly in the air, it will easily cause unnecessary trouble. As the three continued to deepen, the blood vessel was shaking a little out of control. Obviously, they are very close to the demon cultivator. Lu Chaoge glanced at the blood vessel and thought to himself that he hasn't had zero distance contact yet. Your reaction is so big. If I take you directly through the neck of this demon cultivator and touch it at a negative distance, you won't be shocked. Take off in place? At the same time, there was a trace of regret in his heart. If my Momen also had a blood vessel, I might be able to track down the demon cultivator who killed his parents. Lu Chaoge thought in his heart. It's a pity that he didn't know there was such a thing as blood vessels at that time, and he didn't collect the blood of the demon cultivator immediately, and then his blood was quickly eaten by the low-level alien beasts that smelled. Yes, from this point of view, if Lu Chaoge wants to complete the task entrusted to him by the demon clan, he must first kill all the alien beasts around the demon cultivator, and finally kill the demon cultivator. Otherwise, as soon as the demon cultivator dies, even those alien beasts raised by him will immediately rush to his corpse and devour it. The requirement of worship is that the head can be removed, and the body must be kept, and the alien beast is not the kind of cute little monster that only eats the head and sucks the white brain. Not even scum will be left. Lu Dongli choked with one hand and applied a magic technique to hide the breath on everyone. Qin Shao couldn't help but glance at her, because he knew this technique, but Lu Dongli used it much better than him. When it comes to hiding breath, Xia Lizi is an expert. Qin Shao took a few more steps forward, and suddenly a big hand grabbed his collar and rudely pulled him back. Lu Chaoge said solemnly, "We have been exposed." A small amount of mysterious black powder was scattered on the ground. Lu Chaoge has a lot of experience and noticed it at a glance. Just as Qin Shao was about to ask how you knew, he saw two dark shadows coming from the jungle. Lu Chaoge instinctively protected Lu Dongli behind him and then kicked Qin Zhao's buttocks, kicking him to the shadow on the left, while he met the shadow on the right. As soon as Qin Zhao's buttocks hurt, he reacted immediately, and with a bang, he pulled out his life sword, and the dazzling sword energy stabbed forward, producing a smashing sound that ripped through the air. He was facing an alien beast that looked a bit like a tiger and leopard. Its tail was like a sickle, the rest of the hair was gray, and the fur on its fore claws was dark black. Scorpion tiger. Qin Shao recognized the species at a glance. This alien beast is poisonous, so be careful. But fortunately, the rank is not high, which is equivalent to a practitioner in the second realm. After all, Yao Shou's own realm determines the upper limit of the rank of exotic animals he can control. On the other side, the alien beast that appeared in front of Lu Chaoge was a black dog with wings on its back. Its tusks are very long, about 30 centimeters in length, and there is a purple flame mark between its eyebrows. Blackwing dog. Lu Chaoge waved his hand, and, not too late, appeared in his hand. The basic information of this alien beast quickly appeared in front of him. Type, Blackwing dog. Level 21. Lu Chaoge smiled crookedly, and said with a sinister smile, "It's a piece of cake." The one in his hand was swung forward directly, the target was very clear. That is the head of this alien beast. Break your dog's head. The sword energy was instantly generated and moved forward sharply. At the same time, it was still early morning, and in the flame forest, the fiery red leaves were still stained with early morning dew. Under this sword, countless dewdrops were wrapped in sword energy, densely packed and flocked to the alien beast. The sun shines on the dew, UU reading www.sonicmtl.com is then refracted, making this seemingly ordinary sword chi, with its own radiance. The momentum is amazing. The sword chi hit the black-winged dog's head accurately, its fangs raised. Trying to bite, not too late, but the dew that swept in tilted its head. The water curtain exploded around it, and all its fur was covered with water droplets. Since the level of this alien beast is level 21, Lu Chaoga's power of water is not very strong, so he can't leapfrog to explode blood, and it is difficult to control the blood and water in its body. However, if it got water on it, it was different. The black-winged dog fluttered its wings a few times, but found that his body was extremely cumbersome. An invisible force was suppressing its movements, making it sluggish and difficult to fly. These forces, scattered on the water droplets, do not seem to be much, but they can often play a role in critical moments. Qin Shao, who was fighting with the aliens, glanced at Lu Chaoga's side and expressed his envy for the power of heaven and earth. He is very clear that everyone's cultivation base is not advanced yet, and the gap has not been pulled too big. If they all become great practitioners, there is a world of difference between those who have been enlightened and those who have never been enlightened. At that time, the effect that Lu Chaoga's power of water can play will be considerable. In this regard, Lu Chaoga has always been looking forward to it. He is particularly satisfied that his enlightenment is water. Many people will think that this thing is too common, so they think it is not advanced. But it's not actually the case. If nothing else, you must know that the profound sky realm is the same as the Earth. The ocean occupies about 70% of the area. Chapter 45. 45. The mayfly shakes the tree, beyond its own capabilities. In the flame forest, the roars of two alien beasts came out one after another, which alarmed the birds in the forest. Qin Zhao's side is still relatively easy to handle. After all, he is the true swordsman of the second realm, great perfection. Facing a level 25 alien beast, he can still gain the upper hand. As for Lu Chaoga's side, in fact, for the time being, it was 5-5. With the power of water in his body and his rich experience in killing monsters, he bridged the gap in level. However, the reality is the reality. On the surface, Lu Chaoga has a crushing momentum. No way, his power of water is like a special effect, it's the same thing. But it's really dazzling. The surrounding dewdrops shone brightly under the warm sun. Hundreds of dewdrops followed his sword energy, making the picture extremely bright. Qin Shao is very envious of all this anyway, and he is even thinking about it at this moment. If I can make such a sword. He starts to tremble as he thinks about it. After Lu Chaoga smashed the black-winged dog into the air with a sword, he just wanted to make a quick decision. The demon cultivator on the opposite side was still lurking in the dark, and he didn't rush to do it, as if he wanted to test the strength of these three people. Then while he is still watching, quickly get rid of the alien beast. Even if you can't kill it, it's best to give a heavy blow. Lu Dongli and Lu Chaoga have the same idea. Although she acts prudently and cautiously, no matter what opponent she faces, she will do her best to attack with all her strength, instead of waiting and watching like this demon cultivator. The legendary one filled up the buff, and then used forbidden spell magic to hit the little monsters on the side of the road, talking about her in the future. From her point of view, after all your alien beasts are injured, if you make a joint attack, the power will inevitably decrease. Unstable. Now that Lu Chaoga had decided not to keep his hand, the sword intent that had not been used before was instantly generated. A stream of ink-colored air flow appeared out of thin air, and his whole person's aura suddenly changed. And just as the ink-colored sword intent came into being, Chen Xiao slashed the scorpion and tiger with one sword, his pupils dilated, and he turned his head to look at Lu Chaoge in shock. Sword intent? This is sword intent. Since he couldn't see Lu Chaoge's cultivation level before, his estimate for Lu Chaoge was at the early stage of the third realm, or at a realm similar to that of senior brother Yu Yu. In his opinion, being able to cultivate to such a level at such an age is already the arrogance of heaven. But as soon as the sword intent came out at this moment, Lu Chaoge's status in his heart rose steadily, and it was infinitely close to Yu Yu. The sword intent is formed in the third realm. This is no longer a genius. This is a monster. Chen Xiao roared in his heart. His idol, senior brother Yu Yu, has only recently formed his sword intent. And he himself has not even touched the threshold of sword intent. He is probably the mysterious senior brother Yu Yu said. Chen Ming. Detective Xiao felt that he was 70% sure. Qin Zhao's previous resistance and resentment towards Lu Chaoge vanished. Only such sword cultivators are worthy of being called a lifetime enemy by senior brother Yu Yu. Only such a sword cultivator can bring a lot of pressure to flawless sword body. Qin Xiao even doubted at this moment, could Lu Chaoge also be the legendary flawless sword body? Thinking of this, his body couldn't help but tremble again. Flawless sword body, a rare encounter in 1,000 years. Now, there are two of the contemporary sword repairs at once. What does that mean? Represents the rise of Kendo. Scorpion Tiger saw that the cultivator in front of him was a little lost, and swooped over, the long tail like a scorpion's tail, stabbed directly into Chen Zhao's chest. Qin Xiao responded in a hurry, and he was almost in danger, but was shocked by the huge force and was slightly injured. You can lose blood at level 30 and level 25. It really is the NPC who leads the way. In addition to developing the plot, then let the protagonist come out and act forcefully, which is not very useful. Lu Chaoge commented in his heart. It's very wasteful. The ink-colored sword intent slid across the air. Lu Chaoge turned to the side, and the not too late in his hand was wrapped in the sword energy, directly cutting off one of the black-winged dog's wings. A shrill roar came out, and the demon cultivator hiding in the dark couldn't sit still. There was a roar, and the ground seemed to be shaking. A man shrouded in a black cloak, riding a rhinoceros that looked like it was made of steel, galloped over. The signature laughter of the villain came, jia 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 jia. Lu Chaoge was very uncomfortable listening to it. He really wanted to squeeze his Adam's apple directly. A cultivator of the 7th level of the first realm just wants to kill my dog in front of me. It's like a scorpion and a tree, and it's beyond your own power. This demon cultivator's voice was so hard to hear, it was like a spit out man. The screaming chicken. When Qin Xiao heard the words, he began to sneer after eating the slump. Humph. You thought the head of the road was the first realm, but in fact he is at least the third realm. When Lu Chaoge saw Yao Xiao, his eyes instantly turned cold. As early as when his parents passed away, he secretly swore that from now on, as long as it is a demon cultivator who harms the world, he will kill each one he sees. Listening to Yao Xiao's words, Lu Chao's singer, not too late, drew a strange arc in the air. The methods and techniques of running sword moves are very strange, but they are also extremely ruthless. The ink-colored sword intent merged with the surrounding water droplets, as if a painter was splashing ink on the paper. This is a little trick developed by Lu Chaoge himself, and the name is splashing ink. This sword seems to be very poetic, freehand and unrestrained. However, the next moment, the black-winged dog's neck began to droop down. Because half of its neck was split by this sword. Its health bar began to drop rapidly, and then gradually bottomed out. Because this sword is too fast and weird, the demon cultivator who rushed out didn't even have time to stop it. This demon cultivator has a total of 3 alien beasts. Among them, the strongest is the iron rhinoceros under his seat, and the weakest is this black-winged dog. But the black-winged dog was his first exotic beast, and he had been with him for many years and won his love. If one day he died, he also knew that the alien beast he controlled would inevitably devour his corpse. But if there is such a day, he is more willing to let the black-winged dog eat it. I don't know why this guy is thinking about these things. Maybe this is a perverted brain circuit. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. Ding. You have successfully killed the alien black-winged dog and received a reward of 20,000 experience points. The system prompt sounded in Lu Chaoga's ear, and 20,000 experience points were instantly credited to the account. At this moment, the blue bar was basically empty, so he just chose upgrade without thinking about it. The 18,000 experience points required for the upgrade were immediately deducted. The character level was raised to level 18, and the blue bar was instantly full. Because Lu Chaoga jumped up and used this sword suddenly, at this moment, he landed gracefully and stepped directly on the head of the black-winged dog. After the upgrade, the spiritual power in the body instantly returned to its full state, which made him feel comfortable, and his aura increased a lot. Qin Xiao sensed the change in Lu Chaoga's breath, and thought in his heart, Master Lu has released another layer of concealment. Is he going to face this demon cultivator with the attitude of the first realm and the 8th heaven? Yes, it must be so. After all, this demon cultivator can't reach the cultivation level of the 2nd realm. If the head of the road is full of firepower, wouldn't it be crushed in minutes? You know, he is a terrifying sword cultivator with sword intent. Suppressing the cultivation base to fight against others, this may be the tempering of the head of the road. Qin Xiao realized. At this moment, Lu Chaoga stepped on the head of the black-winged dog and glanced at the enraged demon cultivator. You just said that this seat is an L that shakes a tree, and is beyond your own power? Lu Chaoga sneered with his back to the demon cultivator. Then, he waved at Yao Xiao casually, looked at him coldly, and said, Come on, pinch to death my over-the-top oyster. Chapter 46. 46, Pinch Explosion. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon cultivator, who was shrouded in a black cloak, slapped Taishi, who was sitting down, and rushed towards Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga's words undoubtedly angered him. Originally, the demon cultivator's attention was focused on Qin Xiao. No way, who told Qin Xiao to wear the uniform of Jianzong True Inheritance? Sword Sect is the most dazzling golden signboard in Qingzhou. As the largest force in Qingzhou, the word Jianzong is enough to make countless people feel scared. If it weren't for the flame forest, there were still a few dormant alien beasts in the forest. If this demon cultivator could try to drive it, he would probably have slipped away long ago. The rhinoceros horn of this iron rhino is particularly thick, and the top is also flashing with cold light. It's just that this rhino horn has a unique shape. Aside from the sharp tip, the rest is a bit like a special tool that has been magnified many times. Mr. Horn. Before Lu Chaoga's eyes, the basic information of Yao Xiao and Taishi quickly emerged. Magic Mausoleum, level 27, Demon Repair. Iron Rhinoceros, level 26, Exotic Beast. The level of these two is much higher than that of Lu Chaoga. One person and one beast team up, and the momentum is amazing. Lu Chaoge stood up gracefully, the sword scabbard of not too late was. Surrounded by sword energy, he picked the black-winged dog's body, and the whole person took advantage of his strength to avoid it. Tai Rhino's collision was unsuccessful, it wanted to devour the body of the black-winged dog at the first time, and the demon cultivator named Moling also raised his right hand, and black airflow was in his palm. Gathered, and then grabbed the dog's corpse. Naturally, Lu Chaoge would not let him succeed. He used the power of water to directly drag the dew-stained body of the black-winged dog back. Tai Shi's mouth was lonely, and the black airflow of the magic mausoleum hit the black-winged dog's chest, but it was empty inside. What do you want is this beast crystal? Lu Chaoge threw the black crystal in his hand. Just before, he picked out the beast crystal with a sword to avoid being swallowed by the magic tomb. This is how the demon repair is. You are my dog and have been with me for many years, then let me eat you. As the name suggests, merge with me. The beast crystal is the essence of the beast, and it is a great supplement to the demon cultivator. For practitioners, it can barely be counted as a refining material, but the utilization rate is not high, and it is not very valuable. It is worth mentioning that only alien beasts above level 10 will condense beast crystals, like the black long and thick strip that Lu Chaoge killed before, without even beast crystals. Lu Chaoge directly put the small beast crystal into the black ring, and then dragged the body of the black-winged dog to Lu Dongli's side. Comrade Xializi has been hanging up until now, because Lu Chaoge didn't let her do it. This will affect the final settlement of the system and will give less experience points. Of course, if my brother really encountered any danger, even if Lu Dongli exposed his true cultivation, he would definitely attack. As for Qin Shao, as an excellent sword sect true inheritance, he doesn't need help, right? After Lu Chaoge raised the character level to 18, Lu Dongli was a little numb. The older brother, in his early years, could not break through the first realm. But now for him, breaking through is really as simple as eating and drinking. No, it should be as simple as breathing. She didn't know how her brother did it, she only knew the current brother, and she could only use the word against the sky to describe it. Could it be that my brother was like me before, deliberately suppressing his cultivation until he couldn't hold it anymore, and he was nearly 100% sure. And then he broke through? That's not right, it's unreasonable for an initial stage to hold down for so long. And with his brother's temperament, he can't do such a thing at all. Lu Dongli shook his head and stopped thinking about it. For her, the stronger her brother is, the more secure she feels. I really want to be behind my brother for the rest of my life. When she thought about her whole life, resentment appeared in her heart again. A creature like a sister-in-law is too unfriendly to her sister. She still remembers that when she was a child, her mother smiled and said to her, "Don't follow your brother like a little scumbag all day long. Your brother will also get married in the future." Alas, an unsolvable problem. Lu Dongli sighed in his heart. This girl with a pair of long legs with amazing proportions stopped thinking about it, focused on the battle situation, and clenched the long sword in her hand. Lu Dongli's natal sword embryo was also gifted by the kind Aunt Ning, and it was also the top sword embryo. Sword name, Longevity. Ah, what a rustic name. The reason for taking this name is that she wants to go to the end of the world, and the second is that on a full moon night, Lu Chaoge went out to admire the moon as usual, turned his back to all beings, stood on the top of the mountain, faced the night wind, and sang a poem. Bayujing in the sky, 5 cities on the 12th floor. The immortal touches my top and bears longevity. This poem made her yearn for it, and she listened to it directly. At this moment, Lu Dongli looked at Lu Chaoge in the center of the battle, ready to support at any time. Brother is in danger, and he will use his sword. Longevity is to live forever with your brother. On the other hand, Lu Chaoge felt the pressure. This Qin Shao is too useless, why haven't you got that scorpion tiger yet? Lu Chaoge was speechless. According to the task mechanism in Tiangshuanji, Qin Shao belongs to the leading NPC, and he is a character in the task. Therefore, if he assists on the side, whether it is more or less, it will not affect the settlement of the final experience value. In other words, this tool is still very useful, and can also play auxiliary positions. He could see that the current Qin Shao was like a flower in a greenhouse. He had too little actual combat experience and couldn't show his true level at all. It seems that the teacher gave him this kind of task, just want him to be beaten by the society. Say it earlier, you don't need to be so troublesome at all, give me a sum of money, and I will help you tune it. Finally, Qin Shao chopped off the head of the scorpion tiger with a sword, and came to support Lu Chaoge with a long sword. The demon cultivator on Tai Shi felt that the situation was not good, and knew that a quick solution was needed. He took out a small piece of iron from his arms and smeared lightly between his eyebrows. A bloodstain was created, the blood overflowed, and then evaporated instantly, turning into wisps of black airflow. Demon Xiao Moling placed his fingers close together in front of the shoulders, with black energy surrounding his fingertips like a hideous ghost face. He's trying to control a nearby alien beast, Lu Chaoge reminded aloud. Why does he know everything? Qin Shao thought of this. The two no longer hesitated and began to use their swords with all their strength. The long sword in Qin Zhao's hand was directly released, and he performed his most proud, flying sword technique. Interfere with him, just for a moment, Lu Chaoge ordered. Unconsciously, Qin Shao changed from the resistance at the first meeting to the subconscious cooperation at the moment. He has also gradually changed into the shape of Lu Chaoge. The flying sword swept through the air, bypassing the protection of Tai Rhino, making Moling have to turn around to avoid it. And at this moment, Lu Chaoge moved. Dismiss, he said in a deep voice, but it was like an edict from a god. As soon as the voice fell, the wisps of black air dissipated cleanly. These black qi were transformed from the blood of the magic mausoleum, and Lu Chaoge's power of water could still play a certain role. Moling watched the black energy drain away, and the whole person was messed up. In the wind. The spell casting was inexplicably interrupted. Fantastic, Qin Shao commented in his heart. Once again, Lu Chaoge, who had little left, did not intend to continue to upgrade, but patted Qin Shao on the shoulder and said earnestly, "This is your experience." Qin Shao was shocked when he heard the words, and then glanced at Lu Chaoge gratefully. Immediately afterwards, he stepped up with a sword, hard anus, from the front. Lu Chaoge kept interrupting the magic mausoleum to cast spells on the side, and then watched Tai Shi's blood bar continue to decline. After all, Qin Shao is also a level 30 swordsman, and after having the experience of killing scorpion tigers before, he has become proficient. Lu Chaoge looked at the scarred Tai Shi, raised his right hand, and then pressed down in the void. The severely injured Iron Rhino was overwhelmed, and the blood on his body seemed to weigh thousands of pounds, and its two front feet suddenly knelt down. Qin Shao saw the opportunity, pierced Tai Shi's eyes with a sword, pierced his head directly, and gave it through. After using the blood essence twice, the magic mausoleum on Tai Shi's body has also been attacked. Now the situation is not good. He waved his cloak and wanted to use the escape technique to escape. Want to go? An indifferent voice sounded in his ear. I don't know when, Lu Chaoga has quietly come to his side. I saw him smile with a crooked mouth, his eyes were cold and stern, and his ruthless iron hand grabbed Molling's neck. In the terrified eyes of the demon cultivator Molling, Lu Chaoga slammed hard, pinched inward with his 5 fingers, and directly broke his neck, and then threw him off Tai Rhino's body like throwing garbage. He moved casually, as if he had just pinched a small mayfly to death. Chapter 47. 47, Hidden Task. In the forest of flames, Chen Shao sat down on the ground and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the fact that the head of the road was as good as God, I'm afraid this demon cultivator would have run away just now. Chen Shao thought. In his heart, Lu Chaoga held the not too late, and with a slight jump, slowly floated down the body of Tai Shi. At this time, you can't jump down, you must float down on one foot like a master in a movie and TV series, and if you float down slowly, the hem of the clothes should flutter, and the movements should be unrestrained. After landing on one foot, Lu Chaoga turned the not too late in his hand, took a few steps forward, and came to the corpse of the demon cultivator. His head was tilted at the moment because his neck had been snapped. Lu Chaoga's ruthless iron hands contain abundant spiritual power, and this demon cultivator is not a body refining root, so it is not difficult to break defenses. In his weak condition, he could naturally be strangled to death with one blow. Ding! You have completed the mission, the demon cultivator has crossed the border, do you want to receive the reward? The system prompt sounded in Lu Chaoga's ear, and he decisively chose to receive it. 50,000 experience points are instantly credited to the account, and there is also an infinitely useful, yellow-grade magic weapon repair coupon. At the same time, there is a reward of 35,000 experience points for killing demon cultivators, which can be said to be a lot of money. No way, under normal circumstances, a task of this difficulty requires players before level 20 to team up to complete it. It is absolutely impossible for a single player to cooperate with Chen Shao independently. Therefore, Lu Chaoga's experience points alone will appear extraordinarily much. Little pair, dispose of the bodies of these alien beasts, let's leave here first. Lu Chaoga instructed. Lu Dongli is even more professional than him in raising ashes. Lu Dongli nodded, first took out the beast crystal, and then started a whole set of operations. As for the corpse of Molling, Lu Chaoga would definitely take it back. Otherwise he would not be able to deal with the offerings that offered high prices. On the way back, Lu Chaoga took off the fingernail of Molling's left thumb without leaving a trace. Molling's 10 fingernails are all black and gray, as if they had onychomycosis. But Lu Chaoga knew very well that it was just a layer of disguise, just to hide the mystery of his thumb. Just now, when Lu Chaoga was cleaning up the battlefield, he got a prompt from the system. The system marked the particularity of this fingernail and judged it as special task item. If you can collect 2, a hidden story will open, and you can receive a hidden mission. I've never heard of such a hidden mission, Lu Chaoga recalled. In his previous life, he loved to browse the forums, pretending to post in the forums, and would often browse other people's posts. Many high-level or professional players, after completing some hidden tasks, will send out detailed posts, which write the specific process of the entire task. The popularity of such posts has always been very high, which is conducive to the increase of followers of the poster. The increase in fans means that there is traffic, and the traffic means that you can make bad money. Therefore, there are still many players who are keen to do this kind of thing. Of course, the ones that will be written are all one-time hidden tasks that can only be done once, and by the way, they can pretend to be compulsive. Lu Chaoga had no impression of the black-gray nails, indicating that he had never browsed the relevant posts. Otherwise, the nails are so ugly, he should remember them. He quietly put the black-gray fingernails into the black ring, and then said to Qin Shao, who stepped on the flying sword, "This disciple." "The disciple is here, sect leader Lu, please speak," Qin Shao said quickly. "This attitude is very different from when he first came to Momin. This corpse is useful." Lu Chaoga pointed to the corpse of Moling and said, "But the head can be given to you. Since Qin Shao has taken the task of the division, he must take out something to deal with when he goes back." "Okay, then you just need to give this demon cultivator's head to the next." Qin Shao cupped his hands. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga nodded slightly. His impression of Qin Shao was better. Because there are words in Qin Zhao's words, there are subtexts. Don't forget, Yao Xiu also has a storage ring on his hand. Qin Zhao's meaning is very clear. As long as he goes back to do business, he doesn't want everything else. In his opinion, if there is no Lu Chaoga's help this time, I am afraid that the mission of the teacher will not be completed. At the same time, he had a bad attitude at the beginning, and it could be regarded as an apology. The most important thing is that he really wants to make friends with this head of the road. "Please, let me be your toolman." From his point of view, it can be basically determined that this head of the road is the mysterious senior brother Yu said. Among the younger generation in Qingzhou, only such figures are worthy of being shoulder to shoulder with senior brother Yu. I have a little secret in common with senior brother Yu. Qin Shao felt that he had gained enough. Lu Chaoga glanced at Qin Shao, who was on the road, and felt that this kid narrowed the road at first, but now he is confused and widened. Flying all the way, Lu Chaoga found that Qin Shao, who was flying a little lower than him, always glanced at his natal sword from time to time, not too late. He raised the "not too late" in his hand and asked without looking back, "What's the matter?" After hesitating for a moment, Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, "Master Lu, I have something to ask." He looked at "not too late" and asked, why did the head of the road never let the sword of life come out of its scabbard? This is his biggest regret in this trip. He saw Lu Chaoga's magical power of water, and saw his ink-like freehand brushwork, but he didn't see his life sword. For a sword cultivator, the natal sword is the most precious thing. Qin Shao was very curious. With the level of the head of the road, what should his life sword look like? Lu Chaoga heard the words, glanced at Qin Shao, and said lightly, "He doesn't deserve it." "He doesn't deserve it?" These three words exploded directly in Qin Zhao's mind. The demon cultivator is known to be powerful. If ordinary people say such words, there will be people around who will scoff at him. But these words came from Lu Chaoga's mouth, and he was stunned to think that the head of Lu was right. It's just that his light-hearted tone and his aloof attitude made him only feel that he has learned. My sword cultivator, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com should be like this. He felt that in the head of Lu, he saw the qualities that senior brother Yu did not have. That is the pride of Jianxiu. In fact, no matter it is the sword cultivator in the practice world, or the sword cultivator players, they all agree that the sword cultivator is the best. The consensus of the rest of the people is that the one who plays the sword is the most flamboyant. In the sky, Yi Qingzhou and Feijian flew one after the other, one high and one low, and they flew back to the mountain gate of Momin in a short time. Lu Chaoga glanced at his mountain gate and raised his eyebrows slightly. Because at the moment in front of the Momin mountain gate, there is a man and a woman standing. It is he too, the head of Jenkin Gate, and Lin Long, the head of Qiushui Gate. Lu Chaoge was not surprised by their arrival, but felt that it was a bit slow. He didn't know that these two people got the news and knew that Chen Xiao was passing through this realm, thinking about giving priority treatment to the true inheritance of Sword Sect. After all, if he hugs the thigh of Jianzong Zhenxuan, then when facing Lu Chaoge, he can be a little tougher. It's just that what he too and Lin Long wanted to hug might not be the same leg. It's a pity that they searched hard, but they couldn't find any trace of Chen Xiao. Therefore, at this moment, the two of them were overwhelmed with shock, and their faces were full of shock. The true disciple of Jianzong, Chen Xiao, who they couldn't find, actually followed Lu Chaoge's ass. And judging from his posture, he actually respected Lu Chaoge. So going around, this former head of waste material is the thickest thigh? He too and Lin Long had a very unified idea in their hearts. Sloppy. He too looked up at the sky was gray. It's going to change. Chapter 48. 48, Purple Moon Club. Outside the gate of Momin Mountain, he too and Lin Long looked at each other. And both saw a message from each other's eyes. What's the matter? They thought that they had cut meat and handed over many resources to others. And they had come with full sincerity. But at this moment, Chen Xiao appeared, and the uniform of the true disciple of the Sword Sect on his body was so dazzling again. Obviously, Lu Chaoge is far more mysterious than they imagined, and the forces behind him are stronger than what they think. Difficult. Compared to he too, who was only holding his thighs, Lin Long felt a little unable to look away after taking a look at Lu Chaoge. Is there such a peerless man in this world? She now understands why her beloved disciple, Shen Qingqing, took the initiative to apply, wanting to take on this great responsibility, and let her conquer the head of the road and restore his impression of Kishwoman at all costs. In the past, she was very repulsive to this kind of diplomatic activities. Shen Qingqing took the initiative to ask, the original reason is here. Shen Qingqing is my beloved disciple. She still has a long way to go in the future. Such a humble thing should not be undertaken by a young man like her. Lin Long, who thought she was a woman who men could not pull out, changed in an instant. Idea. I will come by myself. On a light boat, Lu Chaoge glanced at the two of them lightly. Seeing that Lu Chaoge's attitude was average and not very enthusiastic, he too hurriedly smiled and told his intentions. Chen Xiao heard the words and knew that the opportunity had come. It turns out that cultivation resources within 100 miles are allocated every 10 years. He is the younger disciple of the second elder of the Sword Sect, and he is responsible for many chores. He felt that coming forward as the true heir of his Sword Sect might be able to win more interests for the head of the road. As long as this thing is done well, then the feelings will not have it. As early as on the way back, Chen Xiao secretly made up his mind that after returning to Jianzong, he would also resolutely spread the mysterious brother threat theory like senior brother Yu Yu. Although I can't reveal the true identity of the head of the road, it is good for everyone to know that I share a secret with senior brother Yu Yu, and I am the closest junior brother to Yu Yu, the successor of Wuxia Sword Body and Sword Sovereign. And his experience with Lu Chaoge during this period of time will inevitably become a common topic between him and senior brother Yu Yu. Feelings, aren't they all just chatting? I see. So, he took the initiative to asking, the head of the road, the disciple is not talented, in Jianzong often helps the master to deal with such trivial matters. I don't know if it is a transgression for the disciple to come forward to solve it? Lu Chaoge glanced at him and said in surprise, why is this tool person getting more and more advanced? Young man, you are good, you will be the tool person of this seat in the future. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. In the future, I will have a bowl of rice to eat, and you will have a bowl too. Wash. Lu Chaoge nodded slightly, agreeing, and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder lightly. Before leaving here. Just such a subtle action made Qin Zhao feel that the distance between himself and the head of the road was getting closer. He shoots me. He shot me. From the beginning to the end, Lu Chaoge didn't look at He Tu and Lin Long for a second time. I have to say that when Qin Zhao is an independent person, he is very useless, but when he is a tool person, he is really useful. Lu Chaoge was very satisfied with the result of the resource allocation he won. When Qin Zhao saw the head of Lu with a crooked smile, he couldn't help but smile. As for He Tu and Lin Long, they were naturally not invited to stay overnight. In this regard, the head of Lin Long, who believes that he is good at dealing with people, still feels a little regretful, and thinks that he will find an opportunity to deliver it to his door in the future. As the night got darker, everyone returned to the bamboo house. Lu Chaoge carried the headless corpse of the demon cultivator of the mausoleum. Go to the lonely grave not far from your house. Walking to the lonely grave, Lu Chaoge dropped the headless body of Moling. I brought the people. He said something full of martial arts. A jade slip was created out of thin air. He grabbed it in the air and grabbed the jade slip into his hand. Under the shadows, Lu Chaoge smiled with satisfaction, a sinister smile. On the lonely grave, Qin Yan twisted happily, very strange. As if it was a dark and dirty transaction at night. Lu Chaoge glanced at the skill book, Qiu Chan, in his hand, and then, silently, collected it into black ring. He didn't plan to learn this skill book, he planned to give it to Xiaolizi early tomorrow morning. Most of Mo Min's valuables are kept by her, just like the role of a little housekeeper. It stands to reason that this is the prerogative of the lady in charge, but Lu Dongli is prepared to deny this great power in this life. What do you want this corpse for? Lu Chaoge asked. Qin Yan didn't answer him, but hovered above the corpse of Moling, as if looking for something. After hovering like this for a while, it turned sideways to face Lu Chaoge. Like a small pet with its head tilted. That posture, as if to say, are you hiding something? Lu Chaoge was stunned for a moment, and said, hey, since you are my own, I just showed it to you. Saying that, he took out the gray-black fingernail from that ink ring. Qin Yan leaned forward and tapped the little fingernail lightly. For a moment, it seemed as if something had melted. To be precise, the disguise was destroyed, revealing the true face of this thing. It was a very small and thin square, black iron piece, less than half a centimeter, with a purple pattern in the center, which was a dark purple waning moon. Lu Chaoge threw a detection on the iron piece again, and the information feedback given by the system this time was no longer hidden quest items, but solid basic information. Purple Moon Chapter. Seeing the dark purple waning moon, Lu Chaoge raised his eyebrows sharply. It's him. He couldn't help but say. A few years ago, his parents had a battle with the mysterious demon cultivator, and then they all died. Although the demon cultivator was hit hard by Lu Chaoge's parents, he escaped. There was a severed arm that was cut off at the scene, and the dark purple waning moon was tattooed on the sleeve of the severed arm. This purple waning moon, Lu Chaoge has an impression, this is a demon cultivator organization that was excavated by players in a previous life. Called Purple Moon Club. This is determined by the system as a hostile organization, with a red name. This organization seems to have a crazy worship of the purple waning moon, but how can there be a purple moon in this world? Therefore, Lu Chaoge deduced that the mysterious demon cultivator who killed his parents was a member of the Purple Moon Society. What he didn't expect was that this demon mausoleum was also suspected to be a member of the Purple Moon Society? This is the token of the Purple Moon Society. Lu Chaoga pointed to the square iron piece in his hand. Qing Yan ticked downwards, as if nodding. So, the demon cultivator I killed was also a member of the Purple Moon Society? Lu Chaoga asked again. Qing Yan shook his head this time. It probed forward, and then in front of Lu Chaoga, performed a split. Lu Chaoga looked at Qing Yan divided into two, guessed what she meant, and said, "You mean, only if you have two of these things, you can be considered a full member?" Qing Yan nodded again. Lu Chaoga probably understood. For many organizations, if you want to join, you definitely need to submit a certificate, such as doing some tasks. Those who only have one token, like moling, are reserve members. It is estimated that they will have to go through some tests before they can be gifted with a second token and become a full member. And it is very likely that the higher the status in the organization, the more Purple Moon chapters you have. You seem to know this Ziyue very well. Lu Chaoga said to the Lonely Grave. Qing Yan on the Lonely Grave nodded first, then shook his head. Lu Chaoga knew that there were problems with the brains of the worshippers. Not only those who were dazed, but also many of the memories were fragmented and could not be remembered clearly. Regarding the related plot of Ziwiwi, Lu Chaoga remembered that a big guild called the Love War Guild was chasing after him in his previous life. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Judging from their enthusiasm, it should be a super fat hidden plot, like a hungry dog that smells. Lu Chaoga and the Love War Guild have little to do with each other, and they even hate each other. Because there are many Shinhao players in the Love War Guild, it is a well-known local tyrant guild, and the club behind it is also rich and well-funded. And Lu Chaoga, alone, had a 55-50 fight with the Love War Guild in terms of bank notability. He is too rich. His sentence, "Don't use your property to challenge my pocket money in quotations of a man," has attracted countless players to worship. Therefore, Lu Chaoga paid less attention to the relevant information of the Purple Moon Club and was never invited by the Love War Guild to participate in it. Lu Chaoga held the Ziyue Zhang in his hand and said, "So, you actually want this thing?" Qing Yan nodded. Lu Chaoga hesitated for a moment, and based on the principle of integrity, he said, "According to the agreement, I can give it to you, but I may use this thing later. You have to lend me it." After getting a positive answer from the enshrined, Lu Chaoga asked, "Do you know where else I can get this Purple Moon chapter?" "Don't forget, you need 2 to unlock hidden missions. It stands to reason that since this is a token, then the members must have it. The fastest way to obtain it is to kill the demon cultivator of the Purple Moon Society, but he still wants to ask if there is any other way to obtain it." Qing Yan nodded, then pointed to the Lonely Grave. "You have?" Lu Chaoga asked in surprise. The next moment, he saw pieces of Purple Moon chapters appear out of thin air. They were suspended in the air, densely packed. Chapter 49. 49, is someone who is a free prostitute? The night is all around, and the bright moon hangs high. The cold wind of winter blew past, and Lu Chaoga felt the coolness as he looked at the Ziyue Zhang floating in the air in front of him. It's not cold, it's cold. Too much, this Purple Moon chapter is too much. If it is said that these Ziyue chapters were all earned by this demon clan by killing the demon cultivators of the Ziyue Society, how many did she kill? Fortunately, I don't have intensive phobia, Lu Chaoga said in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, "You are also like me, will you have a grudge with Ziyue?" Blue smoke came out, and it paused in the air for a while, as if recalling. Apparently, her memory was missing again. "So, you found out that you have a lot of Purple Moon chapters, and you want me to help you retrieve your lost memories?" Lu Chaoga guessed. This time, Qing Yan nodded. Lu Chaoge took another look at the densely packed Ziyue chapters in the air. And said, if I had any conspiracy theories, I would doubt whether you are the boss behind the Ziyue club. You have so many Ziyue chapters. It's like wholesale. You can assign the members' Ziyue chapters by yourself. As Lu Chaoge said that, he smiled crookedly. He just said it casually. After all, if it is a member of the Purple Moon Club, the system will directly determine it as a red-named NPC. Lu Chaoge looked at the lonely grave and said, don't worry, I will help you. Pay attention to the information of the Ziwiwi. After all, my parents died at the hands of the demon cultivator of the Ziwiwi. After hearing the words of the worship in the tomb, Qing Yan leaned forward and patted the back of Lu Chaoge's hand lightly, not knowing whether he was comforting him or expressing apology. It's okay, I won't blame you for the death of my parents. I know that you have limitations now, and you can't save them. Lu Chaoge said lightly. He's not the kind of person who blames the world for his ordeal. But this revenge, he must personally avenge. Lu Chaoge looked at the densely packed Ziyue Zhang and continued to say loudly, hey, I will help you pay attention to the information of the Ziyue club, but you want to lend me a few more Ziyue Zhang, I will be useful. After hearing the words of worship, the blue smoke on the tomb had stagnated for a while, and it seemed that something was wrong. Obviously, I asked you to bring me back the body, so I can see if this demon cultivator is carrying the Purple Moon seal. How did it become that you not only did not give me the Ziyue chapter, but also asked me to post a few? Lu Chaoge looked at Qing Yan, who was in a daze, and said in his heart, it seems that she is indeed stupid, but she is not stupid and has no bottom line. He's an ordinary fool, he hasn't reached his level yet, but he has developed a personality. He honestly said, I won't lie to you, you lend me a few Purple Moon chapters. I really have a way to get useful information, and I will tell you when the time comes. Qing Yan hesitated for a moment, she seemed to regard the Purple Moon chapter as a precious collection, and finally, the dense Purple Moon chapter floated forward, as if to say how many, you can take it yourself. Lu Chaoge raised his right hand and gently took off a Purple Moon seal. With 2 Purple Moon badges in his hand, a system prompt sounded immediately in his ear. Ding. You have met the conditions for opening the hidden story, do you want to check it? Lu Chaoge directly chose to check. The next moment, the basic information of the Ziwiwi appeared in front of him. It turns out that the 2 Purple Moon badges only tell me that such an organization exists. This is too stupid. Lu Chaoge complained in his heart. He took a closer look at the introduction given by the system. Ziwiwi, a mysterious demon cultivator organization. This organization has many members and is one of the 3 major demon cultivators. This organization is mostly active in Qingzhou, and seems to be plotting something. The members of the Ziyue Society have a fanatical admiration for Ziyue, and they firmly believe that as long as they devour Ziyue, they can obtain supreme power from it. After Lu Chaoge's review, a little speechless. The amount of information is simply pitiful. But from this point of view, Ziyue should not be the moon in the sky, but something? It's really in line with the style of a demon cultivator. I worship it and want to devour it. Does loving me frighten you? Lu Chaoge glanced at the lower right corner of the system interface. The lower right corner showed that if you want to open more hidden plots, you need 10 Purple Moon chapters. He understood now that the 2 Purple Moon badges were just admission tickets. It's like you go to a brothel to exercise, good wine, good food, good tea. That's low consumption, and a little girl is another price. The same is true for the castle in which the princess lives in modern Society. So, Lu Chaoga raised his hand and took down 8 purple moon badges from the air. After he grabbed the 8 purple moon seals, he saw Qing Yan shrink back, and the purple moon seals floating in the air retreated half a meter. As if distressed. It's like saying, how do you get so much spicy? Look at your stingy energy. Lu Chaoga sneered. Did you see me haggling with you when I took your essence and blood? He said. Angrily. He didn't think he was prostitution for nothing, it was called equivalent exchange. When I get the information about the hidden plot, I will filter it and tell you what I can tell you. Is someone in my way the kind of person who prostitutes for nothing? Holding 10 purple moon badges in his hand, Lu Chaoga immediately started the next paragraph of the message. Ding. You have met the inspection criteria, do you want to look up? Check. The Purple Moon Club will hold a small gathering of members every 3 years at its strongholds in Qingzhou. The next meeting will be on the winter solstice next year. You will obtain the coordinates of one of the strongholds. Please pay attention to check it. Lu Chaoga looked at the information and knew it in his heart. In his opinion, it is normal for this kind of secret organization to hold meetings every once in a while. Because they also need information sharing, and the demon cultivators are all people who kill people and steal treasures, they must also need some transactions internally, selling things they don't use, and then buying things that are useful to them. Small gatherings of this type are very common in the cultivation world. Especially after the arrival of the sand sculpture players, such gatherings are frequently held, and the name is setting a stall. Well, with a hint of Renaissance in the earthy flavor, Yu reading. www.sonicmtl.com seems to have returned to the era of online games. Winter solstice next year, that's still early. Lu Chaoga rubbed his chin. But thinking about it is right, the system definitely didn't expect someone to collect 10 purple moon chapters so quickly, so the setting is a long storyline. Of course, it is precisely because the time is still early that there is enough time for Lu Chaoga to develop. If he went to the base now, wouldn't it be to deliver food? He rushed into the stronghold with one sword, and dozens of demon cultivators stood up in unison, and then they all stretched out their tongues and licked the corners of their mouths. The picture should not be too beautiful. After checking the information, Lu Chaoga turned around and turned his back to the lonely grave. I saw his right hand lightly toss, and 10 purple moon badges were suspended in the air and lined up in front of him. The technique of this row of things is on par with Kong Yi. Then, he lowered his back to the lonely grave and pondered for a moment. His fingertips slid across the 10 purple moon stamps, and slowly closed his eyes. This posture seems to have calculated something. Qing Yan poked his head behind him, sometimes to Ziyu's hang, and sometimes to Lu Chaoga. She seemed curious and anticipating. Of course, stay is really stay. Lu Chaoga even wondered if this monster worshipping would have a dull hair on the top of his head like an anime character. Just under her expectation and concern, Lu Chaoga slowly opened his eyes, and then heaved a sigh of relief. The corners of his mouth rose, and he smiled crookedly, as I expected. Then, he turned his back to the demon clan to worship, and in her full thirst for knowledge, he said in a low and magnetic voice. The secret cannot be leaked. Chapter 50. 50. Touch the little girl's head, don't worry about everything. When he was a child, Lu Chaoga watched martial arts dramas or Xianxia dramas. And what he hated most was that the secret must not be revealed. I want to tear this guy's mouth apart. Undoubtedly, he grew up to be the person he hated the most. Lu Chaoga deliberately sold out, but at the same time, it was also to cover up his cheating. After a while, he will naturally tell the news to the demons in the tomb, but not now. When Yen was worshipped in the tomb, and Qing Yen was obviously frozen in the air. A suction force was generated, and the 10 purple moon stamps suspended in front of Lu Chaoge were sucked away instantly. And the rest of the purple moon stamps floating in front of the grave disappeared in an instant after they merged with these 10 stamps, and were taken back by her. I'm so angry. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chaoge felt that his back was being pushed, and the green smoke turned into a fleshy little claw, which was pressing against Lu Chaoge's back, pushing him out. You're chasing this seed away. Lu Chaoge turned his head loudly to the lonely grave while being pushed. In the end, he stopped teasing her and said, "It's not that I don't tell you. I'll sort out my thoughts first, and then I'll tell you the details after I figure it out." As soon as he finished speaking, the fleshy little claws on his back almost disappeared, but the blue smoke no longer came out. It was obvious that he was still sulking and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Lu Chaoge didn't make fun of himself either. He smiled and blew an impatient whistle. He walked back to his bamboo hut in a fluent manner with a step he didn't recognize. After returning to the bamboo house and sitting down, he checked the coordinates that the system informed him. Next year's winter solstice, there will be a small group of demon cultivators from the Purple Moon Society gathering at this location. A little far, he muttered to himself. But the road to murder is not too far. As far as he is concerned, the members of the Purple Moon Society killed their parents, and it was the life of the demon cultivator alone. Not enough. The time for the party is next year's winter solstice, which is still too early, but this year's winter solstice is just around the corner. It's another year of Xiaolaizi's birthday. Lu Chaoge stretched and muttered to himself. The next day, the sun rose. Lu Chaoge had already sat cross-legged in the courtyard, performed the drinking qi once, and felt the pain caused by a wave of practice. When playing Tiangshuanji in the past, players could adjust the pain value. If you shake him a little, you can directly adjust it to the most realistic 100%, but most players will adjust it to a very low level. For example, if you get a knife, it's just like being scratched by a fingernail. This is actually a kind of cheating. People who are not afraid of pain go crazy, which is very scary. In many cases, pain can greatly affect a person's combat effectiveness. Therefore, Lu Chaoge practiced the exercises every day, also thinking that he could have a higher tolerance for pain. All the gifts of fate have secretly marked prices. This is a sentence from Zweigand, the Queen of the Beheaded. Lu Chaoge poured himself a sip of chicken soup so that he could feel the pain persistently. When he opened his eyes, Lu Dongli, who was wearing a light blue dress, was already standing outside the house. The hem of the long skirt was at the ankle, revealing a small section of crystal white skin. The long skirt is of a slightly slim fit, which outlines a slender curve. Lu Chaoge stood up and said with a smile, "It's the winter solstice again, and our little pair is a year older." This sentence was said by the brother and sister's father Lu Qingfeng in previous years. After the father and mother left, the task was handed over to Lu Chaoge. He walked to Lu Dongli, circled around her, carefully looked at the little birthday stars close today, and said, "You're going down the mountain in this dress today? Dongli will turn into a frozen pear by then." Lu Dongli stuck out her tongue towards Lu Chaoge. He took out a thick robe from the storage ring and said, "Bring it." It stands to reason that with the cultivation base of the two brothers and sisters, not to mention the cold winter and 12th lunar month, even if they are thrown into the ice cave, they will not feel cold. But today is different. Today is not only Lu Dongli's birthday, but also the birthday of the two brothers and sisters. This is the rule left by my parents. The so-called Huafan is a bit like the cultivation version of Yikusishin. After the conditions are good, the older generation always likes to let the younger generation come to remember the bittersweet sweets a few times. And in the world of practice, this kind of transforming ordinary days is very popular. The practitioners of the profound sky realm occasionally block all their cultivation and go to the mortal world to live for a few days. This is good for the mind of the practitioner. This can make people remember that everyone is also a living person, not an immortal who does not eat the fireworks of the world. The parents of the two brothers and sisters believed that the mountain was always deserted, not as lively as the mortal world. The birthday should be lively, so I combined Lu Dongli's birthday and the Huafan Ri of the two brothers and sisters into one. As for Lu Chaoga's birthday, he doesn't really like birthdays himself. After packing up, the siblings went down the mountain together. In Zoli County at the foot of the mountain, Momin owns a property. It is a simple house, and they will live there today. As for the rest of the Momin, they did not participate in this activity, which has always been the case. Zoli County is not too far from Momin. This small county is famous for its winter jujubes and pears, and the jujubes and pears grown are particularly delicious. After arriving at their small house, Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli put on thick robes, and then blocked their cultivation. Immediately afterwards, the two brothers and sisters began to clean the house. Since no one lives all the year round, the house is full of dust and needs to be cleaned up. In this regard, Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli are both clumsy. Seeing that the tip of Xiao Lizi's nose was covered with dust, Lu Chaoga reached out and wiped it for her. After wiping, he realized that there was more dust on his hands, and directly wiped off her delicate little face. Lu Dongli was so angry that a small wrinkle appeared on her nose, and she stepped on Lu Chaoga's foot hard. Although the house is not big, the two brothers and sisters also cleaned up for a long time. Lunch is a cake bought outside. The taste is average, but it is full. Lu Chaoga will cook dinner, so he has to go out to buy some firewood, rice, oil and salt. According to the past habits, I won't eat too much today. A bowl of egg noodles per person is enough. The face was Lu Chaoga, and Lu Dongli played on the side, adding trouble. After it is cooked, the siblings will not eat on the table, but will climb up to the roof to eat noodles like they did when they were children. Looking from a height, you can see the smoke curling up. The fireworks in the world. Reading www.sonicmtl.com touches the hearts of mortals the most. This is what Lu Qingfeng often said. At this time, Lu Chaoga usually eats noodles while pretending to be forceful. And continues, eating things from all directions, but a bowl of fireworks in the world. Then I was stunned by my father. This is my place. As for Lu Dongli, he would only bury his head in eating noodles and steal eggs from Chaoga's bowl, saying inarticulately, "It's delicious." And their gentle mother would quietly put their eggs into Lu Chaoga's bowl. The wind on the winter solstice was very cold, so the two brothers and sisters sat very close, and their bodies were close together. It didn't take long for the two of them to not only finish eating the noodles, but also drank all the noodle soup. Lu Chaoga put his hand into his pocket, took out a washed pear, and handed it to his sister next to him. "Well, I bought it for you when I bought salt," Lu Chaoga said casually. In fact, it wasn't. The stall selling pears was far away, and Lu Chaoga ran for a long time. Hee. Lu Dongli took it with a grin, then held the big pear with two little hands, lowered his head and took a big bite. Seeing her holding the pear in her hands, Lu Chaoga only thought it was a little cute, so she couldn't help raising her big hand, wanting to rub her head. Halfway up his hand, he stopped in the air. He smiled and said, I almost forgot, Xiao Lizi is an adult. If you rub her head again, you will be angry. Lu Dongli lowered her head to chew on the pear, turned her head slightly, and did not look at Lu Chaoga. Then, she no longer held the pear in both hands, but freed up one hand. Climbed up to Lu Chaoga's big hand, pulled his big hand inward, and stuck it on her head. Then, she dragged Lu Chaoga's big hand with her own little hand and rubbed it on her little head.